Hello, everyone. Right then. Hello, Foxo. I'm currently having a debate with a poodle who doesn't seem to understand that as he hasn't finished his dinner, he cannot have treats. No treats. You haven't finished your dinner. Poodles. So we have that started, and how are you doing? We are live. I think everything's...
Not bad. We found out that the neighbour's been throwing pizzas to my dog.
Okay, in their defense, dogs can be very, very good at getting people to throw pizzas at them.
Yeah, they're trying to teach their 6-year-old how to cook, and she keeps burning her pizzas. And she watched her mum throw it over the fence once, so she burns it and she throws it over the fence. And I've got grey hair.
Okay, so here's what I got from that. A, I love that they're trying to teach their kid how to cook. It is lovely. I'm very happy with that. But they didn't seem to teach them proper disposal etiquette. Although, as far as your dog's concerned, that's probably the perfect disposal etiquette. No. 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 As Poodle, I love you dearly, but no.
Argument with her parents having, she started at the dinner table smuggling out food she doesn't want to eat to throw over the fence.
Oh, good lord. That will have made your dog incredibly happy. Incredibly happy indeed. No.
See this fence with chicken nuggets started flying over the fence.
Chicken nugget? Oh, good god. So, as far as your dog's concerned, they have a favourite neighbour. And they love that neighbour. And... oh, good lord. Mine, if the dino nuggies started jumping over the fence. Oh, good lord. No, Poodle. Just, the answer is no. You have your whole dinner there, and you're not eating it. You're just trying to compete for treats.
But what if he really, really wants it?
He really, really does want the treats. He really, really ain't getting the treats.
Hey, Rui. Did you see what I pinged you with?
Briefly, I saw that you pinged me. I kind of looked at it and then did nothing with it from there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had one of those days. Right. That's about right. So, let's see. Oh, there's quite a few questions coming in. Watching the chat.
I also managed to lose a car battery.
Foxo, what you
Yeah?
and Dragon get up to in the privacy of your own rooms, we do not need to be included in. What do you use car batteries for? Frankly, my mind doesn't wish to go there. That sounds far too long on the spectrum of my tastes.
I've got a spare car battery for my YB subway. But I was testing and I actually needed it this morning.
Yes, it's a spare battery for the car. Yes.
Yeah. I wonder what take car batteries.
How hard it is to get an 18-year-old BMW to start if it doesn't have a perfectly intact battery.
Yeah, BMWs are like that.
Yes. This is why when we look at the certain choices made by the German army in World War II for procurement and go, Really? You thought Porsche was a good idea? A BMW engine was a sensible option for your aircraft? Really? Really?
Look, if it's between Porsche and BMW, you go BMW.
Sadly enough, yes, but that's between a choice which I would never go with.
VW was solid for a few years there.
It's like asking, do you go for British Leyland or Vauxhall in the 1950s?
There is a reason my family have been importing Volvos for as long as they have.
Are you telling me your family didn't own the customary Princess?
No, my family owned an MG 1100.
To be fair,
Lord.
I drive a BMW, but that's because of family connections to BMW.
Is it white?
No.
No, because Seneca realizes that a white car is going to be spend forever needing to be washed.
Yes.
Meh.
It's
It's not that
that.
bad. As long as the road dust comes on it evenly, it's fine.
Yeah, but then I have a grey car, and I don't want a grey car.
I'm sorry, if you
I
don't get a
sympathize with
white
that.
car when it's a BMW, you're going to get a grey car. It's silver or black. Or blue, which just turned grey.
All right. We have 20 questions then. So, 8420. What if Ingenol...
Irgendeiner irgendwo.
I'll let you pronounce it then. 8420. What if Ingenol hadn't turned the High Seas fleet around on December 16, 1914 and actually run into Warrender's squadron? Well, it's a large enough group that destroying it would be useful for the High Seas fleet. But the trouble is also a large enough group it's going to take long enough to fight that while they're fighting it, it's going to give time for Jellicoe to get there. And Warrender is also not an idiot. He's not going to have the same problems as BT. He's going to probably rock and roll a bit, but he'll keep his formation tight and he'll keep fighting. And the thing is, the British ships can outpace the High Seas Fleet in realistic terms, because for the High Seas Fleet to keep pace with the Royal Navy, they have to start chopping bits off and leaving bits behind. So you end up with the battle cruisers probably running, Warrender's force doing a 5th battle squadron and covering the fighting retreat, and the ground fleet chugging down at high speed, and Beatty probably getting remembered as some sort of coward in some regards. Because December the 16th, 1914... yeah, just clarify what the squadrons are. I did Scarborough, Hartbull, Whitley, and... yeah... So, yeah. It's second battle squadron, so they've got George V, Ajax, Centurion, Orion, Monarch, and Conqueror. That's a fairly decent squadron. I knew Monarch was there because it came up in last week's video, but George V, Ajax, Centurion, Conqueror, Orion. They've also got Commodore Goodenough's first light cruiser squadron. They've got the first battle cruiser squadron of Lion, Queen Mary, Tiger in New Zealand. They've got the Harwich Force coming in, and you've got Jellicoe also wandering around with stuff. So, in the nicest way, that's quite a hefty force. Yes, the High Seas Fleet will technically outstrength it, but it's also a case of if they don't win quickly, they're going to be in trouble. That makes sense?
it's very much a force where it's not going to be a decisive victory if they do win it at all.
Well, if they did take out all the second battle squadron, that would be quite worrying. But you have to remember there's also 5th Battle Squadron coming into service at that time, and the R class as well coming along, and that's the problem for the Germans. They take out again. I've got the fleet to Jutland. Let me just look it up. Yeah, the difference.
Later on, it's just gonna be the SMS Glorious Emperor versus HMS We Built This Yesterday.
Yeah, basically the British. Yeah, in terms of numbers of ships, once you start getting into them, it doesn't make much of a difference for the Royal Navy, because yes, they've lost some of the 13.5-inch gun ships, but that's also their most numerous ship they have. So they've lost, like, yeah, it's almost... If you lose BT's force and them, that's a problem. But also then what you find is the British have got... Well, again, I keep changing point, but I'm trying to think about how to phrase it. If you lose those ships, that's a problem, short term. But the British are still building ships. They've got ships coming in through production. And they have literally, in December 1914, not that long ago, paused 3 R-class battleships to turn them into 2 battle cruisers. I'm sorry, Fisher, you might want to build battle cruisers, but the moment that happens, guess what you're going to be told you're building? Battleships. And a lot of the things that, all the monitors and a lot of the other construction that's going on is just going to be gone, nope, that's going into battleships. So you think about all those 14-inch guns, all those 15-inch guns which arrive, which are put into monitors, the 14-inch guns which are bought from the Americans because they were going to Germany to go in the Greek battleship that was being built in Germany. They'll go into a battleship in the UK. It would just be literally, we have the capability, we build it.
I'm just thinking, if we describe that sort of force that is going to get its licks in against the high sea fleet, and if the special battle cruisers are competent, then how much does the high sea fleet lose?
Well, yes, even BT is not going to be that much of a drag on them. The individual ships are going to be fairly good and fairly capable of doing that, putting their fighting in, and they are going to go for that. So yes, it's a fight which the Germans could win, but they're going to suffer losses. They're not going to get a clean win, and the British will build up replace their losses a lot more quickly than the Germans do. And actually, it might be a short term we won to a long term. We're not doing nothing now.
So it's the antithesis. So it's not an antithesis. It's the prime example of a Pyrrhic victory.
Yes.
In the actual Pyrrhician sense.
But the thing is, they're taking a full fleet to wipe out a British battle squadron and and hopefully a British battle cruiser squadron, which is a lot of ships to lose. And trust me, the Royal Navy do not want to lose those ships. But in the process of losing those ships, they're going to lose a lot because there's the Harwich force, especially, the number of destroyers and cruisers around there are still even. So they might have superiority in capital ships, but their cruiser and destroyer strengths are even enough in terms of what's actually available at the times of fights. That's going to be a nasty battle. Then we have for Dragon and Foxo. I can see a Foxo, I cannot see a Drago.
Dragon is not yet present.
No,
Dragon's out with family.
We'll pause that until... is Dragon going to make it later, or is he not coming today?
He should be coming later.
Okay, so I'll put a thumbs up of it, so we'll go back to it.
Looking at 9 o'clock-ish, I think.
That'll be fine. That's more than fine. Foxo, your favourite old steam locomotive? That's the next question from Timu.
One of the fast ones? I'm not a train person.
Foxo did not get train autism. She does apparently have opinions about automotive power plants, though.
Yes.
Channel, I feel you have a Nordic Federation going on here, and I need to know who are the members of the Nordic Federation. Is this from last week's question, or is this a new question? Chandel.
It seems from yet another follow-up that should be last week. I have
Yeah,
no idea what.
let me just check if it's last week's question. I will quickly go through here to last week's question and then check the Chandel one from last week's. This is what we scroll up and we find. Hopefully, Chandel. This is why we do this, because this means the questions are stored and I can find them eventually.
You know,
That's
you
the
can
plan.
just search by his handle, right?
I'm worried if I do that, other things will show up on my system because it's being broadcast live. So I'm doing an actual rolling search.
That's understandable.
Nope, not that question. Because if I start typing things into my search filter, it could be all sorts of things come up that are displayed publicly. And that from the server, including people's handles and all sorts of things. So I don't want to do that. Oh, I think I've gone past it. Question 30.
I got it.
Oh, good. Who's in the Nordic Federation?
Sweden, Norway, Finland. The question is in 1919, Sweden, Norway, Finland, which remained in a kingdom under the House of Hesse, and Denmark unite, capital Stockholm, and buy Orion-class battleships and Lion-class battlecruisers. How does this affect naval developments in the Baltic, North Sea, and the naval treaties?
Well, that was an interesting one to talk about. And then this one, yet another follow-up. What locations would you think are suitable for naval bases of the Nordic Federation? You're thinking for Atlantic North Sea, places like Trondheim and Reykjavik as major fleet bases, and Narvik and the Faroe Islands for destroying submarine bases. That's not bad choices. Remember, if you've got Denmark as part of that, you've also got Greenland. And
No, the Baltic wasn't.
also, in 1919, you still got Iceland is still part of you as well. So, in 1919, you'd also have Iceland as well as Greenland.
UK gap, yeah.
So,
Well, we've been looking at in the Baltic, Helsinki, Albo, Stockholm, and Kalmar.
well, potentially, because the interesting thing you're talking about is that under the Act of Union signed in December 1918, Iceland and Denmark are joined as a personal union under the Danish king. And Denmark has responsibility for representing Iceland in foreign affairs and defence. So, under this kind of grand union, it's hard to see how Iceland wouldn't be part of that. In which case, you have a lot of fun with protecting all that. You're going to have a lot of destroyers. Seneca?
Yep.
Bless you.
Yeah, I didn't sneeze.
I thought that was you
was
sneezing.
me.
Oh, Runons.
Nope.
Bless you. Sorry. Seneca was
I appear to be
flashing
having a sneezing
when the sneezing was happening, so I thought it was Seneca.
Nope. Bless you.
That's great.
In German we say Gesundheit, Schönheit, Weisheit.
Thank you.
Health, beauty, wisdom. In that order for 3 sneezes.
The Cold War's going to be interesting. There's going to be no Cold War. In this scenario, if you've got Greenland, Iceland, and Finland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, as one Nordic Union, you've got a massive block in terms of natural resources, not much block in terms of population. It's going to be an interesting thing to defend. But also, it's probably going to cause more issues for other people as well, because you suddenly have strategic depth, and you have a lot more funding. You have a lot more exposure, but you also need to pure things. For example, the Baltic becomes, well, if you want to be able to defend Finland, you need to have enough force in the Baltic to be able to control the Baltic, so you can get troops across to it to help reinforce Finland. It's the same with Denmark. Those are your exposed borders, so you need to have enough force to be able to transit them. So you're going to need to have fleets based, whose job is to literally see to the support flowing to Finland and the support flowing to Denmark from the more Scandic countries. And then you've got your Atlantic outreach. You're able to secure your Atlantic fisheries very nicely, thank you very much, and all sorts of resources, thank you very much. But to do that, you're going to need to have bases on them, so you might well end up putting more infrastructure out there. Probably would try you probably wouldn't get a formal alliance with the UK, but probably would have a range of a very close friendship with the UK going on. You might even join the League of Nations as that one block. It'd be interesting to see what would happen. It'll be interesting to see. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1914 an 8.3 magnitude earthquake hit Dodger Bank?
Ow.
Well, if the plates are anything like they are in Appalachia, that is a extremely devastating earthquake.
Yep.
Because the plates are generally more homogeneous and as a result conduct the energy better.
Also, North Sea tsunamis. Nothing there is made for tsunamis.
That's really interesting, because the trouble is that's practically in the middle of the Eurasian plate almost, in terms of it's well within it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you're having that big an earthquake there, that suggests that the Eurasian plate is splitting off somehow. We're splitting up somehow in some way, which is not unheard of, as far as from memory. I think that's how some of the other smaller plates have been created over time. It's because they've.
There's some seismic activity along the Rhine.
Yeah, I know. So it's kind of interesting. If you have that, basically you have a mass flooding going on. Strange enough, Scarpa flow might actually be okay.
Yeah, and as someone in chat just said, yeah, 8.3 is nasty. That's I think, like the Wattemeer is gone. Many of the fjords gone. Oslo doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of the structures are going to collapse because they are not designed for earthquake loading. And I mean
and
a lot. Like, it'll be easier to count the ones still standing.
Yeah.
And that on the entire coastline. Also, like the UK east coast. I don't know what's still standing there.
Well, Seneca, I was
only
just
from.
okay.
Yeah.
Seneca, I'm just trying to answer some of the question. Get to the answer to some of the question, and you're charging off ahead of me.
Yep.
Let me answer the question, and then charge off. But at the moment, let's rein it sort of back in, because we're talking about these things through. Now, if you've got it happening in Dogger Bank, and if we consider where the various bases are, that probably Scarpa Flow and the High Seas Fleet are okay. Interesting enough, I think probably if we consider the date of it, in 1914, if it's before war begins, then the Royal Navy's going to be spread out all over the place. In which case, that's probably going to be okay. The interesting thing is there are some interesting. Quite a lot of the British warships are, depending on when it happens, are also in Kiel at certain points during that year because they are there for a party. Realistically, you have probably ended the likelihood of war beginning that year. And the reason I say that is because the entire north coast of Germany, quite a lot of, well, the North Sea coast of Germany, the Netherlands is going to be wrecked, probably flooding all over there, and probably flooding into Belgium as well. There's going to be issues for France. Most of the east coast of the UK is going to be swamped. East Anglia is probably going to be a wet, boggy mess, which is, again, not that different from it normally is, but all the things which try and keep the bog under control are going to be broken. You're probably going to be dealing with with a world that is going to be a very different place.
I mean, it should prevent tsunamis at least. I don't think the North Sea is actually deep enough to get enough of a wave motion going.
It's yeah.
Because those things form over thousands of miles, which the North Sea is not.
Also, go on, Real.
I think your biggest issue is going to be structure collapse.
Yeah, because the question is just how big of a radius is this actually directly hitting? Because
if it's an 8.3 magnitude earthquake on Dogger Bank, that's going to have quite a significant, and it's going to also have quite a big impact on what it is going to create some very large waves, which
Honestly,
are going to a lot of destruction.
I think the wave action is going to be a secondary effect.
Because, say for the UK, at this period, a lot of the UK is still protected by quite high cliffs. Anything that is, the lower level seaside towns, they're going to be in trouble. But
that's why I was talking about East Anglia.
I actually think
there was a reason
most of the
I
north
focus
will be
in.
fine.
I focus in on the flat bit. I did. Yeah, the rest is going to have fun. The flat bit is going to be broken.
Yeah, but even then, East Anglia, how we keep water under control, has more in common with Dutch polders, and they're just massive piles. It's just massive piles of dirt. It'll do damage, but it's not like you're shaking apart a dam. Because they're designed with a lot of structural squishiness in them.
And if there was a earthquake calculator like there was nuclear?
Yeah. Actually.
I think there are.
Carrot's saying goodbye London? I don't think it's goodbye London.
I think it is, but not for a tsunami reason. I think it is because if you have an 8.3 cook off, especially if it has any meaningful duration, the structures in Europe are not meant to withstand earthquakes until you get to the Mediterranean.
So,
we had in Virginia, we had an itty bitty earthquake. I think it was a 3 something, and that was felt all the way up in Philly, New York.
Dogger Bank's roughly 100 kilometers from the nearest part of UK landmass, and that nearest part is not London. So, and from what I'm seeing for most even 8.3s. 100 kilometers will give it a lot of area where it lowers in intensity. It'll still definitely be quite a nasty shake, but also at the time, a lot of London's buildings, while they're definitely not earthquake reinforced, they are still older buildings that have quite solid foundations.
The place that's, and there's also a lot of wooden construction, the place that's balked fully is the north of England.
I'm not sure.
where everything is made out of stone and slate
Hmm.
in this period. And stone and slate do not like earthquakes. And unlike a lot of the wooden construction in London, stone and slate takes a lot longer to rebuild,
You'll actually find a lot of it actually sandstone in particular as well. Yeah.
which hates shaking even more.
So
Hmm.
it was. So in 2011, there was a 5.8 earthquake in Virginia. It was felt as far out as Canada.
Oh, it'll be
Yeah, but
felt,
how much was that felt?
But its damage will be interesting.
Yeah.
It will be different.
As Steve's saying, actually, it's more likely to honestly be fires that's done. And yeah, that's fair. Damage caused due to fire is definitely going to be a high factor if
Yeah,
those
but
fires start in certain places.
You're dealing with a log scale, so you're 2.5 orders of magnitude higher.
I think the fjords are going to be safe because I think that's going to be, again, it's going to be water going up them, and the disruption is going to be to sea trade. I think you're going to have a lot of ships having an interesting experience. That's going to be a very rough experience for several ferries, and let's be honest, the cross North Sea ferries and the cross Channel ferries are not always built to the highest of standards in this period. I think also, I think you're going to deal with widespread minor damage, and I think this is the thing. But I also think I still by assertion I don't think you'll end up with World War One happening that year, because there is stuff they're going to need sorting out. It's going to cause issue, especially places with low-lying areas which are issues if they get flooded are going to get issues. Amsterdam, i.e. the Netherlands and East Anglia, are going to have a lot of water go over them. And are probably going to... Again, the vibrations won't do much, but what they will do will be enough, in that I can imagine buildings like windmills, etc., which are still being used at that time to dry out places like the Fens and keep them dry, are going to get damaged. And it's going to be a case of, okay, it's not difficult to fix this, but there's going to be a lot of things like that which need to be fixed. It's going to be the quantity of things which need to be fixed, not the quality of the fixing, if you're required, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is going to... It's basically going to keep everyone's attention focused on the internal domestic issues, fixing this until, at least 1915. And then there's going to be, of course, trying to figure out why the frigate did we just have such a large earthquake in the middle of a tectonically neutral zone. If you consider the seismic hazard, according to the Global Seismic Hazard Map, puts most of the UK in a seismic hazard likelihood of 0.01 to 0.02.
What's the minimum?
The minimum scale is 0. The maximum is 1.5 or greater.
By the sounds of it, it's confused geologists for centuries, potentially, to come.
It depends how obvious. Has a massive rift formed under the North Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, if a massive rift has fallen on the North Sea, then they go, wow, we've got tectonics in action, and all the geologists will be learning how to become divers. And there'll be a movie at some point about a really cool geologist who's also a diver going, yes, this is where I found a rock.
No, this is where you get Pacific Rim, but it's now North Sea Rim.
Oh, good lord.
No. This is where you get in the 80s a whole bunch of video games about demons and a crack to hell being opened in the North Sea.
Well, I held up box, so
I think we already have those in North Sea.
yeah, it's called Cthulhu. With this, you've just literally proven H.P. Lovecraft here. Uh-oh.
What?
Be careful, relays down there.
Okay, right.
Wait. Oh, I just realised. This is actually a medieval city that did fall into the sea. Into the wash specifically. in that around the area.
Yes. Karen, the plate theory had not been proposed by this point. No, it hadn't been, but it was. There was an interesting thing going on with tectonics at that time. The earlier ideas that lead to the plate theory were around at this point, if I remember correctly. As with most things in science and history and all these sort of developments, the ideas which lead to them can be around a long time before the ideas actually turn up.
Science doesn't just spawn from the ether, unfortunately.
No, it's like, as I said, when we talk about radar and people go, "Oh, radar, that's discovered in World War II," and you sit there and go, "No, it was it's been worked on quite a while before that." They sort of go, "How long?" You go, "Well, the first theories which lead to radar are about 1860, 1870. That's the first writings, which then start to lead to writings which then encapsulate radar in about the 1890s. But we've actually been working, actually already finding radar by accident with our work with radio from earlier than that. And yeah.
Because radio direction findings are very old technology.
Yes.
In the time period of radio. What's a radar but a radio direction finder?
People sometimes do forget how old these technologies are. And it's quite fun though. It is quite fun. And also, sometimes... Oh, good. I'm happy. Please note, I don't usually like to say this, but I'm happy to be wrong. The Royal Navy Strategic Study Centre has not been disbanded. Its name has been changed, its roles officially being enhanced. It's not being got rid of. I'm glad about that, because frankly, they needed something. But the fact that the brief of it has been put out so badly on the name change that most of us thought they were actually disbanding it worries me. I don't know. Communications. I don't know, leaving that to one side, and thank you to the Knowledge Fellowship for tweeting out that I'm on live on Twitch, chatting away, answering questions, with my panel of Foxo, Seneca, Dragon, and Runon. And let's move on to the question which we had to skip over earlier. For Dragon and Foxo, with the number of places seen in Azur Lane port in the port timeline, would it not be unrealistic that the Azur Lane port in the port timeline would be on a landmass the size of Australia?
Why would it be? Yeah, the port has a lot of facilities, but I don't know why it'd be on a landmass the size of Australia.
Oh, it does depend on the timeline.
But no, he specified the timeline. The port timeline.
It's a big port.
Yes.
I'm not sure why it needs to be the size of Australia. From my own little reading of that timeline, I'm not sure why it needs to be that big. Tasmania, you can maybe make the case for. Australia's a little bit massive.
Or would be on a land. I just personally think that's vastly too large for what it is. And technically speaking, we have been shown what the port roughly looks like with the anime. Well, yes, technically that's a different timeline. It's the best example we've been given, and while it's big, it's not even close to that big.
It's a particularly large island.
Yeah.
Tasmania?
It's what we've shown most of the time.
It's really easy to underestimate just how big stuff actually is.
Well, even just taking, because the amount of places we see, you need an area big enough. Well, No, really. Because it depends. What are we classing as just the port facilities? Because I'm pretty sure some of these I've described to be elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
While Dragon's looking that up, I'm going to quickly answer Wayne's question. Which small navies were most dangerous in January 1939? The Dutch. That's just it. The Dutch. Minor power navies, 1939. The Dutch. Look at the number of submarines and destroyers they have. They are the most dangerous. Okay.
The port just may has always been the size of Reunion, also known as the Bourbon Island.
Mm-hmm.
well, right, theoretically speaking, if you're going to say that the port has every single ship in Azure Lane capable of docking at the exact same time, I think's not quite accurate. It's going to be pretty big, but it's not going to be a thing the size of Australia. And from even just like a small... ooh.
Are we talking as steel?
Oh. Thank you for the heads up, Steve.
Steve, what have you done?
What is Steve doing now?
He's gave me heads up about what's called a question that will be coming at some point.
Oh, good lord. Right then.
Yeah. 'Cause Tasmania is still about half the size of the UK. Honestly, yeah, if you want a bigger size island, I would say Tasmania probably is not unreasonable, considering you're storing, what, 600 ships, maybe at most, we'll say?
Yeah.
700 ships of various sizes. That gives you plenty of places you can
To
set
be
up.
fair, the Royal Navy was
element.
doing that in roughly its Scarpa flow, but we'll leave that to one side.
Yes,
So-
about the Bourbon Islands are part of the Chesapeake for a continuous docking area.
Also, we've been shown they do very much like digging underground, so potentially there's a lot more of it just underground.
Right. Okay. Seneca Nero, the fact that you're asking questions as well as being in this in the panel does worry me a little bit. I do feel like you're kind of loading the bases for yourself here.
Yeah, it's a bit cheeky there, my guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, but to be fair, Runon, he's only following in your footsteps, because you've also done this in the past.
I ask what? Maybe one question? In a given live?
yeah, that question was nagging me at home.
Okay,
So-
Seneca, which of the never-built behemoths is better for their nation if it showed up just before World War II? HMS Habakkuk or that 116-inch gun Japanese supership? Habakkuk.
It's actually
Habakkuk.
useful.
The Royal Navy, the British could actually use it, and good listen. It would be fun to have. It would be very fun, but I'm just imagining the various operations you do with it, like taking it into the North Sea and going, try and sink me! I am solid ice! Good luck!
Can you imagine some of the
or
German
just-
submarine commanders reporting back to Germany? Commandant? The iceberg. It launched planes.
Commandant, we fired every torpedo. Yes. Every torpedo hit. Yes. Every torpedo worked. Amazing. Yes. It's still afloat.
Just imagine the Cold War Soviet planners in the 60s going, okay, so we've got to hit it with at least 2 nukes underwater to flash melt enough of the pie crew that it sinks in its own way.
Yeah,
Trouble is, it's kind
I
of like
wonder what
it's a wooden ship. The very material it's made from floats.
yeah. And the Japanese super ship, like,
It doesn't help them at all because Just
yeah, it's a
they-
white elephant.
they have it. They also have the Yamatos. They have all these things, but the fact is, that's not really going to help them. Whereas the Habakkuk for the British, you want to run through a Mediterranean convoy, we'll run the convoy through. How many fighters are you going to be taking with you for this operation? How many? It's a case of, so yeah, we've got an aircraft which can, we've got a carrier which can operate, and this is the interesting thing is people sort of about using bombers, etc. I thought for myself was actually things like the Mosquito 2-engine aircraft, the sheer number of them you could carry on that thing for fighter duties, for attack duties, it would just annihilate everything. And that's before you get to the thing of, what happens if they just decide to ram another ship with it? You imagine...
Your mass gets converted.
You know, nice way. The climactic end of the Bismarck trying to get to sea could be the Bismarck finding itself just going through a fog bank and ending up getting rammed by Habakkuk, which goes, did we hit something? I don't know. There's nothing supposed to be out here. We deconflicted with all our ships. We did with all our ships. Well, at the front of the thing is someone sending a message going back, hello, there appears to be a German vessel acting as our bow ornament. Really?
Keep it there.
You know, the Bismarck going, we've got enough armour, we're still afloat. Yeah, but does it really matter? You're a bow ornament now, and what are you going to do? Try and blast away the bow ornament? The ship that's propelling you? Will it notice you? Can you fire high enough to actually damage any of the things up that are there? It just, yeah, it's, Habakkuk would be the most useful. But the thing is also, if you have the facilities to build a Habakkuk, and so you're just, not just that Habakkuk but could build more, Lord help them, because that's your transatlantic gap closed with air power.
I don't think they need air power at that point. They're gonna just drive the tanks straight to Britain.
Well, Britain will be fine. The Germans won't be. The Germans don't have the ability to do so.
Yeah, I mean from the USA to America.
They could do. If you could, I see what you think. If you build enough, you just create one long line of Habakkuk across the ocean. I like your thinking, yes. Seneca.
And after the war, we run a train through there.
Yeah.
Maybe even during the war.
Probably during the war, because let's be honest, trains probably be more efficient to use it than running vehicles.
Yep.
Also, that requires you less staff to drive it, because let's be honest, a train crew you would probably still need 3 or 4 people to run the train because they need to do it in shifts. But you know, you'd probably still need the same amount of people to drive a single individual lorry.
Yep.
Although, alternatively, here's how you get your infantry across. You start them off with them driving a lorry, then they get out, they rest while another team start driving that lorry, carry on, then once they finish their rest, they get on another lorry, keep driving, and slowly you get the people across with the goods. It'd be fun.
Yep.
Or you just
also, a Habakkuk versus that super ship. I don't think the super ship survives.
No. The Habakkuk is one of those ideas, if it had worked, it would be truly revolutionary. It didn't work, though. They didn't implement it, and so life continued on as normally, but it still would have been cool.
The question is, did it really not work, or was it just unpractical for the time?
More it's in practicality. It's in practicality. Although, not many people have done much effort on it since. Now, for Dragon and Foxo, okay? As the Sardinia Empire is getting a January mini-event, who do you want to see? Given the event looks like a port timeline story, where Commander and the ship girls are making a movie. Okay, I have some questions about this, but I thought Azur was a turn-based fighting game with ship girls, and where the ships have personalities and are able to turn into girls and vice versa.
Not quite.
It is. Well, it used to be.
Well,
Okay.
it's never been turn-based, but
Never been turn-based, but okay. Broadly speaking,
It-
that sort of genre was what I was mainly thinking. It was sort of elf. I have to admit, not really turn-based itself. But why is the commander and the ship girls now making a movie?
they get bored.
Eat, pick, sell.
Right, remember, all these warships have personalities, and they're
Okay,
actually very,
Dragon.
very
Before you
human.
go on with a serious point, Runon, little cousins. Dragon, carry on. Sorry to interrupt there, but I needed to say
No.
it.
It's fine. For that instance.
I needed to say
Listen,
it.
they're all ships with basically human personalities. They get bored easily. So giving them a chance to make a film or something, good way to pass time.
Also, if I remember correctly, the most of them are basically teenage human personalities, so yes, they will get bored. For a
Yeah,
while.
depending on the ships. I'd say on average, they are between 16 to early 20s
Yes.
in terms of personality. I would have said is the average.
Eh.
That's not saying that those are the hard things. Just in case anyone calls me out, going, "Oh, well, their ships are clearly older." That's I'm just saying the average is.
Yeah, it's like we know from the anime that some of the older ships just sit around campfires getting drunk.
Well, for instance, you've got Mikasa, which is just she's literally the old grandma. Like, oh, so that's what a recon plane is. These would have been really useful back in Tsushima.
Yes.
But I don't know who I'd want to see during the event.
If there is not so far I haven't found it, but there has to be at some point a episode where Mikasa goes on holiday to Mexico and hears the phrase "Mikasa es su casa," and just basically thinks it's the greatest thing ever. There has got to be somewhere that has got to have happened, or if it hasn't happened, it's got to happen, because that is just. I know it means it's different languages, etc., but that is just gold.
I actually think seeing some Italian submarines making another appearance, because I think we've only got like 2 at the moment. So seeing some Italian submarines could be interesting, mostly because we've kind of got almost every other Italian ship there is that was ever built.
Yeah. Christuman, if World War II continued for some reason, do you think Germany could have started mounting missiles on their ships, like versions of V1 or B, along with their early SLAMs?
What ships?
That's the trouble.
Yes.
Look,
Well,
it depends. Where are you continuing World War II on from? Because if you're at the point where they have the missiles, then realistically the Allies are not long from getting ashore, and the Soviets are starting to get mighty adventurous in how they start to consider crossing Poland. So realistically, that your problem is, okay, at the point they have the technology you can start fitting it, they don't really have the opportunity to fit the things. But if they had those systems earlier, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they tried them. Mainly because they're just about insane enough to think it'd be a really cool idea. And because, honestly, the Deutschland class I could see being adapted to all sorts of things once people really look at them and go, hang on, what did we build ourselves this? Yes, it really doesn't make sense, does it? You've managed to make the job of coordinating guns and all sorts of things so much more difficult.
Well, why do I get the feeling you'll have the Germans trying to do what that one Swedish destroyer did in the 50s and 60s?
Look, not just one Swedish destroyer. The Schmalland, the whole class did that. And the Schmalland, basically, nicely, what happens is occasionally the Swedish Navy wanders into Bofors, looks at their magazine, looks at their, their sales catalogue, and just ticks the front cover. And Bofors goes, "Are you sure?" And the Swedish Navy ticks it again. And then they go, "Yes." And then what you have is the Schmalland. And by the way, for those who haven't gone to see her, she is so gorgeous. She is so gorgeous.
Well, I've got a terrifying idea, Navy-wise, what they might try and do.
Oh, please do say.
Well, there's still one Königsberg and 2 Leipzig-class cruisers left.
Look, Dragon, I thought we'd entered various sort of a truce on the subject. You and the rest of the world don't remind me that those cruisers exist, and I have a peaceful life.
But if we take off the rear 2 turrets and put, I don't know, V1 launch, put a V1 launch ramp on the back, it might actually improve their stability. It seems like the sort of Wunderwaffe plan they might try. But
I only have 1 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew for tonight. I should probably find a
That
second.
sounds like a skill issue.
I should probably find a second. This is already coming up.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It's a supply issue. There have been storms. Steve Clarke, Alex, just how many bots had a go at your Taiwan invasion video? Let's put it this way. My normal top 5 countries are, and I kid you, I have no idea how this goes. It goes America and the UK, unsurprising. All right, my normal top 5 countries. And anyone want to guess what the next 3 are?
Germany?
Germany? Yes, that's number 5. Anyone?
China and Russia.
Australia?
Australia's number 4. Runon, did you say Canada?
No.
I'll say
No, I did
Canada.
not.
No. Did you say Canada, Foxer?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Canada's the 5th. And then below that, when I start looking at Godum, then it's Sweden, Norway, New Zealand, Netherlands, Poland's pretty high up there, India.
Oh, you mean watchers?
Yeah,
Okay.
of countries of my watchers. That video, that specific video, that managed to rocket ahead. With China providing half the viewers.
Oh,
Normally,
gee, I wonder why.
My average viewers for any video are about 28% American and 26% British, and then everyone else makes that video. Yeah, 50% Chinese.
How did it do engagement-wise?
It's doing quite well engagement. Although I do have something I have to tell you all, and I do mean to tell you this in the nicest possible way. But currently, only about half my viewers are subscribed. Half my regular viewers are subscribed. And even worse, only half of everyone who has subscriptions turned on to all notifications for my channel actually have enabled YouTube notifications on their systems.
Yeah, I only got it on one device.
Yeah.
I mean,
YouTube does not need to send me push notifications on my computer.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got it turned off because for some reason YouTube throws ads at me as notifications, and I'm just like, nope. I am not getting into gambling. I know I've got an addictive personality.
Well, my viewership is it's interesting. My regular viewership my regular viewers make up about 20% of my views. My casual viewers, those are people who don't watch every video but do watch a video at least twice a week, make up 30% of my views. And then new viewers make up the remainder. This is typically people watching their first video. But I would like to point out now that I have, and this is this is the kind of fun thing when we were chatting about this with our about ship shape. I have the highest percentage of female viewers and the highest female average watch time of all of the ship shape crew, and none of us can figure out why.
You have got that unk energy.
I have uncle energy. That'll do as a reason. I have no idea why, but apparently I have the highest number of female viewers and the highest female watch time of anyone in ship shape.
Probably because of me.
My cousins all claim it's down to them, but you know.
I don't know. I watch your stuff regularly, so I suppose one female viewer is better than 0.
Jonathan Moon is saying it's down to Raleigh. Yes. We'll also put it down to Raleigh.
Dang liberals. Now they're transing the dogs.
Right. But yeah, it got heavily hit, and some of the comments are just beautiful. The amount of comments which come down on that video, which, as I've already talked about this earlier in when I was twitching, were that basically go, "Oh, the Taiwanese will never fight. They won't fight. They won't fight." And I was sitting there going, "Do you remember how the Russians kept saying that about Ukraine? They won't fight. They won't care. They're not going to support the government. You know." And I was sort of interested because the number of comments whose IP addresses I found personally suspect when I checked into them. But the thing is, a couple of IPs, a couple of people sort of said, "Oh, I was a professional soldier in Taiwan, and yeah, we wouldn't have fought. And morale was terrible." And I went, I've taught people. I've had people in my classes who have been in both sides of that scenario, and that hasn't been the experience I've got from either. I would say both sides are quite prepared to fight for their country, and I've had a lot. I've spent a lot of time teaching over the years. I know I've had honours and awards from countries for teaching their armed forces members, including somewhere I do actually have a medal from Taiwan somewhere in one of my boxes. I think I showed it on a video a few years ago. It's an education thing. It's literally, it was given to me by one of their senior officers who'd been over in my course, and he'd enjoyed the course so much he was going to present the medal, and it was quite funny. Both me and Andrew Lambert got the same medal. And so, it was, this is the thing. So that's my experience. I've actually taught those people, and I'm basing my assessment based on the people I've taught, who probably are some of the better, more capable ones because they're sent to kings, etc. Those sort of scenarios. But still, yeah. The poodle has not eaten his lunch yet. Stanish, also, for some reason I had to resubscribe to your channel twice. For whatever you are, one of those channels. Yeah, there does seem to be a thing with military history channels that people get unsubscribed. We're not sure what it is, but there have been a few of us who noticed that recently that people are more likely to get unsubscribed from us than we feel is normal. The amount of people we get told by YouTube they are unsubscribing things which they think are bots. Okay, fine. But then we get messages from people going, "I've been unsubscribed," or "I've been blocked," or "There was someone recently," and I'm not going to name names, "who was blocked and muted on this channel because, according to YouTube, they were something naughty." And they weren't. We know they weren't because they talk to us regularly. I don't think we told that person what exactly the reason was. I think I said to the admins if they wanted to tell them they could, but I wasn't going to because I felt it might upset them what YouTube had thought they were. Okay, next one. 1729. How many U-boats would Donetsk have needed to make a decisive impact on the outcome war to where a German victory is possible? Look, he always wanted to have 1,000 boats so he could maintain about 100 at sea constantly on patrol. And preferably closer to 200. And at certain points he's aiming for that, getting into that direction. If he'd had them from the beginning, that could have had a serious impact. I'd love to say it wouldn't have had, but it could. But the trouble is, any scenario where Germany spends enough resources to build up that sort of force, so it's early enough in the war that they actually have it available from the beginning, will lead to a response from the Allies. And that response, also they won't be able to do other things. So that's the problem for Donitz, is that the number of submarines he could have had that could have made a decisive impact of war could be achieved. But it can only be achieved at the expense of other items, and it can only be once you've lost those items, you then got to focus in. You've allowed the Allies to focus in on other things. So you have not built enough tanks, or you haven't built enough hydro aircraft, or you haven't built the surface fleet. And if you haven't built the surface fleet, that's great for the Royal Navy, because what does the Royal Navy go? Well, they see you're building just submarines. They build order the sloops earlier, because remember, the sloops aren't restricted by treaty, so they just start ordering sloops in response, and their capital ships and their carriers can concentrate on places like the Mediterranean, like the Far East, and they can have the sloops and destroyers concentrate on the North Atlantic run, and that's basically how it will work. Carmen Gasberg, Taiwan giving up with mineral resistance should be around Plan K. Yeah. Yeah, there is. There are lots of people who want to believe that one.
You don't understand. I have credible sources that will say that they will welcome invaders of open arms. With bread and salt.
Yeah, they'll welcome invasion with open arms.
Yep.
Yeah.
And RT would never lie to me, would they?
Claymore on their chests?
Hmm?
And how many of them are going to be wearing claymores on their chests?
I just...
I like the way you think.
Look, it's one of those myths that people often tell themselves. It's like the one which came up and caused the whole thing of would Japan get involved? And I said, well, I was talking about the geography leading to it. Some people going, oh, if Japan gets involved, that China's going to be well up for that because they want to fight Japan. I'm okay, they might. But here's your narrative: we are rejoining Taiwan into our nation. We are coming together as one. It's a civil war. Oh, we've also launched a war of aggression. We've also started a fight with the Japanese at the same time. It kind of ruins your narrative, doesn't it?
You understand, Japan is a natural part of China because in the 12th to 15th century they were a tributary of China, therefore they're a rightful part of China.
Well, I think the narrative in that case would just be Japan is trying to keep China weak by preventing or attempting to prevent our preordained reunification with Formosa.
Yeah, but the trouble is this narrative starts to become more difficult to sell to the people who might actually interfere. Because let's be honest, all the countries which you might get support from, let's say from African countries and all those things who might go, yeah, we'll support China, they're not going to be able to send anything or do anything about it. Anyway, so it doesn't really matter what way they go. The countries which might get involved and might do something about it, the more you widen the war, the more complicated it gets. I'm not saying China won't win. I'm not saying China will lose. Well, China will win. China won't win. As I said in the video, the longer it goes, the more time it takes, the more problematic it gets for China. But if they can win quickly, they can win. But if it takes a long time, that's a problem. But the thing is, the more complicated it gets, the more problematic it gets for them post-war and even during the war, because that more likely other people are going to get involved. And the more other people get involved, the more problems you have. And yeah, that's just it. Now, Cat Fascinating. How would the Mexican Navy acquiring 6 frigates in 1830 have changed things?
Define frigate.
I'm just checking which exactly U.S.-Mexican war this is going to affect.
Pre-Civil War one.
Mexican-American War, 1846. Which leads to, well, which follows the American annexation of Texas. So they now have some frigates as well as their army. It doesn't really change much other than maybe causing the Americans to have some issues coming up down their sea borders, because really, the Mexican-American War at sea, whilst the US Navy does get involved and is doing it, they don't really have much to do. From memory. I have talked about some of the battles and operations and various things they get up to, but yeah. Basically, it's the Pacific Coast campaign, and that's the other problem. Are they all in the Caribbean, or are they on the Pacific Coast? Where are they?
Because the Panama Canal doesn't exist yet.
No. So if they're all on the Caribbean, then the U.S. Navy is going to be fine. If they're all on the Pacific coast, then the U.S. Navy is going to be in trouble, because they're going to be rampaging up and down the Pacific coast, going hello until something turns up. And as as Japan was never a tributary strait. No, the trouble is, if you consider China and you go technically with some of their diplomacy, at certain points they consider pretty much everyone in the world a tributary strait, because to have diplomatic relations, they automatically considered you had to be paying them tribute. You had to be. There's a whole diplomacy thing with the way they phrase things, because for quite a while China had the view of, and this does occasionally come back to haunt them, but it's still of them being the middle kingdom, the place between heaven and earth, and as such everyone owes them tribute to exist. It's fun.
And parts of Japan were paying tribute.
Parts being the operative word.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Parts of Hokkaido and Okinawa itself was a tributary for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I've been watching Chinese nationalists online try and claim Okinawa.
Yeah. This is why I have lots of books like this sitting in various boxes, as well as this one currently out in my office. The Cambridge History of China. It's not perfect, but it's one of the most full. When you've got all the volumes together, and there are a lot of them, it's one of the most fulsome accounts you can have of China's history. And reading through that is interesting, but also I would say Chinese politics has always had a healthy dose of image versus reality as a problem. And, yeah. Right, Carrot, which admiral would do best in Admiral King's job? I'm just going to put Admiral Henderson there, because frankly, if you have him there, then they're going to get built some really cool ships. Anyone else have suggestions you want to put in, replace Admiral King with?
Admiral Fish, because it'd be funny.
That would be funny.
Henderson, because I want to lock him and Buord in a room.
Oh, you don't. In the nicest way, that's the quickest way to have for Buord to have problems. Find himself
Yes,
facing an admiral who
I know.
actually does have
That's
receipts.
the point.
Sam Clarke, give them BT. You're cruel. That's cruel, unusual punishment. Okay. Chandel, follow up. And I'm slightly worried that Chandel, I think you have 2 accounts now putting in questions to try and get around the system. That probably works. I'm guessing you have a Twitch account set up putting in questions and a YouTube account or something like that. Channel, follow up. The Royal Nordic Federal Navy, formed from the merger of the members' respective navies, wishes to procure carriers to accompany the Lions in active convoy protection groups. Maximum displacement 18,000 tons standard, capacity for 42 aircraft, 18 fighters and 24 TSRs. TSRs aren't really developed until about 1930s, but okay. And a speed of 30 knots. Each group consisting of a capital ship, a carrier, 2 cruisers, and a flotilla of destroyers. Okay. Yes, you do have 2 accounts. I'm not surprised. That's a perfectly fine and sensible ship. That's not improbable a probable one to have. For 18,000 tons, you're getting something which is a big light fleet carrier, basically. That's what you're getting. 18,000 tons. It's slightly bigger than a regular light fleet carrier. Slightly better armoured or better engine, but that's what you're heading for. Something of a Colossus class sort of science scale, or that sort of thing. You could do that. Right.
I mean, Chandelord, all the interviews with King were T-list, so.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if during the invasion of France in 1940, during the Ardennes push, an EF5 on the scale of Endelin hit the advancing German army? I'm guessing it's an earthquake on a scale of Endelin.
No, that is a tornado. That is a large tornado.
Oh, if it's a large tornado... Oh, it is. It's a tornado.
Significant emotional event.
Well, this is a significant emotional event, but also it's probably going to wreak havoc with their logistics. Because remember how much of their logistics was horse-drawn carriages.
Imagine it only lasts 16 minutes, though.
Yeah, but if you go and look at the track pattern, it managed to its damage was quite a significant area for quite a long way.
I think it depends just how the Germans react to it.
Its path length was 12 miles long, and it was roughly a mile wide path. So if that rumbles through your Ardennes offensive, that's going to cause a lot of problems for you. It's also possibly going to clear you a nice wide path, but it is going to cause you a lot of problems. Castanea, carriers aren't very useful in the Baltic to confine, no, but remember the Nordic Federal Navy includes not just Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, but also Iceland and Greenland, because they come with Denmark. So, carriers for the North Sea, North Atlantic, I'm presuming. And probably also maybe actually using Baltic not in terms of manoeuvring, but in terms of air defense, portable air defense with the task groups. They probably wouldn't be carrying the TSRs; they'd just be carrying fighters, if they're sensible. So, next question. And should be coming up. So, Captain, what is the most dangerous for the Germans in 1940? If something changed in Norway, a more proactive Norwegian government, pre-war prepared and developed either early anti-ship missiles or built a lot of torpedo boats. If they have a lot of torpedo boats, that's more problematic for them. Because a lot of torpedo boats mucked around Germany, it will really impact their assault. And anything that delays their landings and causes them to be slower building up ashore is going to cause issues. Because especially if it's not going to be just the torpedo boats you take out, because there are going to be torpedo boats at the places you're going to have to fight your way through. But if you have enough torpedo boats, there are going to be torpedo boats coming in and attacking the successive convoys coming up. So, yes, we took out the torpedo boats in Narvik. That's great. But what about the ones in Trondheim? Okay. But what about the ones just up the coast in between? Which way are they going? Are they going up to Narvik or are they coming down to Trondheim?
Doc, you may want to change the banner.
Torpedo boats create problems, basically. Questions are live. Anyway, so yeah, torpedo boats cause more issues, and honestly, Norway can better support them, and they're unlikely to develop anti-ship missiles in time, and have enough aircraft to really realistically launching them and supporting them. But torpedo boats, they can cause trouble. They can cause a lot of trouble.
Hey, Foxo.
Yep.
Is doping racing greyhounds with meth a thing?
What in
Not
the...
meth, but caffeine and sugar, yes.
Okay.
Why?
I have an article pop across my feed. Winning greyhound tests positive for methamphetamine, but racing investigators can't find the source. From a publication out of New Zealand, the New Zealand Herald.
It's New Zealand. Just think of it as the Florida of the south of the deep Pacific.
I think Tasmania may have something to say about that, but okay.
No, Tasmania
can say all it wants.
Tasmania is not the Florida. No. Tasmania is not Florida.
There's also Western Australia.
No. They are not the Florida. They have certain things. Western Australia is probably the Texas of the South Pacific, and let's be honest, Tasmania, if we're going to be, is probably more closer to the Appalachians. If we're comparing them to America rather than the UK, which they come from. But yes, and you know, if you want to have real fun, try and figure out which is the Florida part of the UK.
Oh, that's easy.
All right, Foxo.
Southwest Scotland.
Yeah.
The Galloway
No,
area.
I can believe that.
I just know for Germany it's either Saxe or just Frankfurt and the area just around it.
Mm-hmm. What I found interesting though recently is, yeah. Do you know why there is a Mark Twain Award in Cornwall? Because Mark Twain is a Cornish American. And one of the founders of the Cornish American Association.
Cornish American, is that what they're calling one from the flyover states?
Basically, the Cornish American went to Wisconsin, Michigan, California, and Montana mainly. Also Ohio and Illinois. And a lot of New Mexico. The the Cornish were critical in founding of some of the places like Nevada City, and even Las Vegas. Basically, everywhere there was a significant mining interest in America, the Cornish went.
So what you're saying is that our mining is quite corny.
Yes.
I thought the Cornish went to the 5 estates for corn. I mean, it's in their name.
No. The Cornish really weren't interested that much in farming. Mining, they'll do. Basically, the Cornish are kind of like dwarves for most D&D adventures. Where they turn up, there be mines. Mines or piracy.
Usually not piracy. The D&D dwarf.
Look, in the nicest way, it's not so much piracy as it's a case of, hello, you have goods. We don't have goods. We have large axes. We'd like goods. Do you feel like you're giving us goods? We have large axes.
Dwarves are lawful.
Yeah. So
Five.
let
And
dwarves are more known.
You have to remember. Again, most Cornish pirates were privateers. They were lawful pirates.
Yes, but in a fantasy setting, you rarely get the distinction between pirates and privateers.
You might not, but that's enough of a distinction to make a dwarf happy. Anyway, moving on. Nice to go everyone for Dragon and Foxo. How likely do you think it will be that a Dragon Emperor UR event for the February event? Given we have Valentine's Day, Chinese New Year, and UR event.
Unlikely. They've yet to have a UR. I kind of doubt they'll get a UR because what do you give them? Like, they've already got their relatively modern, quote-unquote, guided missile destroyers. And they're only super rare.
Mm.
If they do, it'll be something completely made up, practically.
Eddie Rudolph. How would the world be different if the British Empire became Imperial Federation rather than the Commonwealth? Depending on how close the Federation works, the world basically has a 4 superpower system for most of the Cold War, and probably ends up with the world becoming, to an extent, a bipolar world once the Cold War ends, but not so much a bipolar world in that both the powers still get along. It'd be a very interesting relationship between Britain and America, between America and the British Imperial Federation. Especially if the Imperial Federation has done like the Commonwealth has done, and expanded to members who were never part of the British Empire.
It does also depend on how much of the Empire it retains, so when do they do it?
Yeah.
Because a federation with India in is very different than a federation without India in.
Yes.
Or a federation with places like Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, South Africa.
It's an interesting system.
Like, you kind of have to define which time period for the Federation. Especially in the modern day, one part of the Imperial Federation's formation lifetime, do they still have the Gulf states? If they've got the Gulf states, do they control what? A good portion of the world's oil supply?
Mm-hmm. Now, it'd be... If it's a maximal Imperial Federation, it controls quite a large chunk of the world. And it is basically the deciding factor in many scenarios. And it's also probably changed a lot of the basis of the current situations enough that we can't really predict what will be going on without having to wargame it all the way through. And have people acting as countries the whole way through. Although that always does present a problem in that people become consistent actors. One of the ways you mitigate around that in war games is that what you do is every few turns people swap. to simulate the different leaders that are coming to power. So basically, you change the leadership around, and you swap the people around, and you have some people. If you're really sensible, what you do is some people end up going to become referees, so they step out the game completely, and some people, the former referees come in and they take over things, and you move it, you swap it through and move it along like that. That's to extent how you simulate the new leadership coming in, but again, it's problematic. What about us? Whilst I appreciate the joke, you're like 10 minutes behind Runon, who already got to there. It's
kind of sad, really.
You're better than this, Walter. You are better. You are much better than this. You are snappy, as a rule, with your humour. I know, because I look forward to your comments. As I said before, I don't always agree with everything you write in the comments, but I do find them funny, usually. You're not like someone who's coming in tomorrow's podcast, tomorrow's Scuttlebutt, which is basically going to so, point of order, this is not how you do a comment. Literally, someone is getting something like that in tomorrow's Scuttlebutt. Next question, Carrot. If you could build a force to take back the Falklands in 1981, composed of any ship built up until that point, which ships would you choose and why? If I'm the Royal Navy and I'm building the force of the Falklands in 1982 and 1981, I'd want my fleet carriers back, please, and I wouldn't say no to HMS Vanguard.
Does it say specifically Royal Navy?
Nope.
I'm guessing.
Let's just say force.
Yeah,
because if it's that case, I'm taking the 4 Nimitzes and their escorts down there.
Oh yeah,
That's not giving them a fighting chance.
In nicest way, taking the Royal Navy's fleet carriers and a Vanguard isn't giving them a fighting chance.
Yeah, but at least it's sporting.
No, it's
You brought
not.
a battleship. You brought a battleship.
Yes.
You can claim you're being sporting with that.
So I brought it so Michael Clapp has a flagship and also can use 15-inch high explosive, 15-inch shells to level small portions of the Falklands geography.
More sporting than bringing 4, Nimitz and their entire escort group.
Well, because you wouldn't just wipe out the forces on the Falklands. You'd wipe out the entire Argentine Navy and most of their Air Force to protect the carriers.
To be fair, you'd wipe out, in the nicest way, you would probably force about regime change in Argentina because you destroy enough of their own infrastructure.
I'll take all the currently active U.S. CVNs. We'll reactivate the Iowas and bring them in. And I'll take all of the Tarawa class and an appropriate number of escorts for that blob.
There is a comment from Stu in the chat, which I have no idea what it comes from. I have completely lost track of where that conversation is coming from.
Who is this?
Stu on YouTube. Stu U2.
Stu?
Yeah.
SDOO?
Yeah, Stu.
Maybe he's having a stroke.
Okay. Bowmill Boy, do railguns have recoil? Well, if so, will ships grow more rapidly in size to act as stable gun platforms? Okay, so here's the thing. On a theoretical base, you can build a railgun which should have no recoil. On a reality base, they do tend to have a minimal recoil. It doesn't use explosives power to propel the projectile. That uses electric power. And so it's not so much recoil as in there is some force acting and repelling and creating some motion, which is similar to recoil, but it's not the same as recoil. So, yeah, it's
At one point, you're trading an explosion for an implosion.
to an extent, yes.
Because when you fire the projectile, you've now created a vacuum behind the projectile.
Yep.
And once that projectile leaves the barrel, or if you have a way of letting pressure into the barrel, that's going to create an implosion.
Yep. And that's your sort of recoil event. As Mackie, they have recoil. The third law still applies. It's just differently applied. Yeah, it's not recoil as we normally would think of it, and doesn't tend to be as large as we'd think of it for the size of the guns, but they have something.
Also depends on how you've designed it, I think.
Yeah, there are some of those issues.
Basically,
I know at least several of the railgun attempts in the past have been mixed weapons, where you still have a chemical charge and a railgun.
Yeah. But most of the pure ones which are pure magnetic field effect don't have that issue. But one interesting thing that have been hammering it out, of course, is the magnetic field effect and the system of it. Is they are starting to wonder whether or not they Okay. So most of the guns have worked off a pair of parallel rails, and to make the sort of go down a barrel, supply the power, and act as the magnetic field generator. And they're now considering they might actually want to put in a third one, which is interesting when you think about it, because you're going, well, hang on, the rails are positive and negative, so what's the third one going to be? Well, literally, they're talking about putting in a neutral. And I can only talk about this because I've seen it on some public papers. But literally, they've gone, yeah, we might need to have a positive, negative, and neutral rail.
that's
To act as a balance.
no.
Between
They have an
ever-
A phase and they have an A phase, a B phase, and a neutral.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not positive, negative. It's phase A, phase B, and then a neutral.
Yes, but I was trying off the own publicly disclosed document, which actually has discussion in. It has them labelled as positive, negative, and neutral, and that's why I was using that rune on.
Then, in the nicest possible way, whoever wrote that documentation is an idiot or assumes everybody else is an idiot.
Probably,
met
but
the general public?
they are probably a civil servant, and they have written up a version, or some PR person from a company who's written up the latest idea in a way which can be publicly disseminated.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see some systems that are going for maximum energy imparted into the slug to start using a three-phase or other multi-phasic systems.
Quite possible. And the thing I'm sort of watching out with all this, and you have to remember, you're talking about the same people who, in case of one person who I met recently, and I did meet them very recently, in that I don't have a car at the moment, but I'd gone to a meeting, and my sister had taken me, and it was very lovely of her because we got building work, but I had to go to this meeting. Went having a chat with them, and we were talking about things and events and papers from World War One, and it was to do with their relative who'd been in World War One and their private papers, and the person who saw their papers have been quite heavily involved in Admiralty and various things, and so we're talking it through. And this person is the person who I was talking through this, who's now the family member responsible for papers, is currently involved in the UK government. And they were really worried because they thought those papers might still be covered by the Official Secrets Act because they contained names and dates of people involved in things. from World War One.
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
Hmm?
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
And I had to explain to them that none of the events they were involved in were classified events. But they went, there are fleet movements in here. I went, no, Grand Fleet's not coming back. That's not going to be a secret. And besides, that's also... Have you read Jellicoe's book from 1920? No? You'll find the same passages in that book. Let me grab it out, and I produce that one. There you go, read it. So, yes. People involved in doing disclosure work for governments and companies and all this do sometimes have a really interesting idea of what they can hide from the public, let alone what they are allowed to say.
Well, unfortunately for them, anybody who has more than a passing familiarity with wrangling angry pixies knows that you can't have a positive, a negative, and a neutral. You can have an A phase, a B phase, and a neutral. You can do that. You can have an A phase, a B phase, a C phase, and a neutral. You can have an A phase and a neutral.
Well, yeah. It's all fun. I think, honestly, I was tempted to think they might be going for the UK plug socket system and claiming it was that, but we'll leave that to one side.
Your plug socket system is still an A phase, a B phase, and a neutral.
Yeah, but I'm just more trying to figure out how do they stop those magnetic fields frying on the sensitive electronics support?
really heavy shielding. This is why you end up with a very small explosive for the size of shell in the current small shells doing, because of the shielding you need in the shell to protect its electronics and it stop the explosives going boom. Yeah, this is why this is one of the things which works out, which is why railguns technically will probably lead to us. If you're doing air defense, those things, you can afford to use pretty much a dumb shell or something which has minimal explosives on it, or just a solid slug. If you are looking for land attack and those survivability, you actually start going for a bigger gun because you want a bigger shell, because you're proportionally going to need to use less of your mass and less of your space in your shell for actually protection, because it doesn't matter how big the shell is, you're still going to need the same thickness of protection for the electron to protect the it protects the explosive from being set off by the electromagnetic radiation. So this is why people like me start saying, well, you could be looking at a rise of 9.2 inch, maybe even eventually 12 inch guns again. Literally because shell casing thickness. Stu, just a reminder, during Vietnam, battleships' shells were set off by raindrops. I don't think they were. At least not when they were calibrated correctly. I know there were some issues with some of them in terms of they'd been improperly stored and then they were improperly set up, because they were using some of the World War II stockpile that hadn't been properly maintained. But I don't think any of the ones which were properly maintained and were properly used were set off by raindrops.
Shells? Yeah, I cast. I think there might have been something else going on with those raindrops.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly from Battleship General, those shells would be base fused.
Yeah.
So are they sitting upside down in the rain?
They could be sitting on their sides, but I mean, to me, most of your exposed area is going to be your shell body, and if the bursting charge is degraded to the point where it is sensitive enough to be detonated by the minuscule amount of energy that's going to be imparted by a raindrop, it probably would have detonated during handling.
Yeah, that's basically the thing. Is in a nice way, if they're being set off by raindrops, which was the accusation made, and I have heard some things along those lines of them being set off. They were basically feather touch set off because they've been improperly stored. That would have fit with that group. Matthew Keeling, no. 10-inch railguns are not going to be making the caliber better, and not going to be around. No one's going to go for 10-inch. Again, once you get onto a certain size shell, the trouble is the same thing is going to work with the loading mechanism So, for a 10-inch, considering the likely weight of that shell and the things, I might as well go for a 12-inch. So, apparently there are still parts of Russia's campaign against Napoleon that are still classified. I remember a reenactor complaining about not being able to get certain costume specifications. Oh, Stan, if you just, in nicest way, look, I can seriously say from my own personal experience, the British have some classified documents which are still around, but are still technically classified. Usually when it's that long ago, they've been disappeared, they've had an accident, but no. Could have been moisture getting in there. Some shells do not like being stored in humid places, but most of the shells were not stored in that sort of scenario. Why would anyone go for 254 millimeters? They would go for a round number metric. The same reason they're going for 155 for some guns, because it might not be a round number in metric. It might not be as good as nice to say, but it's what works well as a size. Basically, that's the maximum size we can get to have a cruiser rate of fire. I.e., something yours. And then above that, it's a battleship rate of fire. The 10-inch gun was a joke. I know, Matthew, but the nicest way, the 10-inch gun comes up enough, I no longer treat them as a joke. I squashed them outside.
Oh, my internet borked. The other thing with the weird dimensions is it could, especially for railguns, is it could be we want a projectile of a certain mass, and we need it to be within a certain length. So the only dimension we have left to play with is diameter. So that is what we will play with, and we will increase or decrease the diameter until we can get a certain mass.
Yep.
Sort of like when they were buying armor belt, where you'd buy it by the pound and not the inch.
Students, okay, can I get some numbers on a 16-inch railgun versus a 16-inch regular gun? Oh, I wish this was the first time I'd had a conversation about 16-inch railgun this week. The Soviets went for 152mm, so they were bigger than the German 150mm. Don't get me started. Most of the reason the Soviets went for the guns they did was most of their system was most of their gun production facilities were based on French manufacturing systems, which were done to the French gun rules.
Did the Soviets inherit their distaste for all things British because they spent too much time hanging out with the French?
No, the Soviets inherited quite a lot of equipment from the Russian Imperial Navy, which had mostly been French. They'd bought most of their stuff from the French.
Yes, but did they get their hatred of Britain from the French?
No, they hated it. Although I am slightly worried that someone is trying to claim that the Royal Navy has a task group out to sea heading towards the... This has just flashed up on my notifications. The Royal Navy has a task group, including British and Danish vessels heading out to sea towards Greenland. And I'm sitting there going, that the ships in there are currently mostly in maintenance at the moment. And are not at sea. And most of the footage they're showing is from a exercise which I think took place about 2 years ago. So no, they're not.
Could be a research.
No, I'm just wondering who this person. Oh, it's a social media influencer, so someone who absolutely knows nothing. Then okay, that's fine. That doesn't. Why are people tweeting this and sending this at me? Please don't just let this turn into another thing like the Trump battleship, where I had to do a whole video just to stop my inbox being filled up again. I don't like doing that.
But Dr. Clarke, you're now a social media influencer.
I'm a historian who uses social media to spread naval history.
Yeah, social media influencer.
Yeah, you're an influencer.
I would like to point out... No, I'm not an influencer, because let's be honest, I have never been asked to do a sponsorship because I'm considered... so therefore, I must be considered to have negative influence.
You don't understand, Mr. Clarke. You will Fortnite that.
So, apparently somebody who goes or is affiliated with the church that I occasionally drag my sorry keister to has to move. It has to be out of their previous domicile by end of day today. And this got put out an announcement in that church's Discord server at like noon. 12:30 noon. And I had sent a message to the person who put this message out there saying, hey, what's your timeline? I just got a message back 3 hours later that just says today, this person needs to return the keys by the end of day. Yes, that was in your original message. It doesn't give me any specificity.
Okay, Carrot 1151A, good, looking at the fact that the Orkneys were handed over because they were pledged by Christian I as King of Norway as security for the dowry of his daughter Margaret, who, when she was marrying James III of Scotland. However, when they didn't pay the money, the Orkneys were absorbed by the Kingdom of Scotland in 1472. So, you said...
Scotland!
It's 1910. Norway and UK agreed to the return of the Orkneys to the repayment of the 1468 debt. How does this affect World War One? Oh, good lord. Not sure how that would happen, but let's say it does. That would be a lot. That would be a very interesting political scenario. How does it affect World War One? Not really a lot. Because while Scapa Flow is in the Orkneys and is the critical part of it, if you consider the pre-war construction wasn't a lot, and the British would probably take over Scapa Flow the moment World War One was declared, because they need to protect it to stop it being invaded by someone else. But also, Carrot, there is basically no scenario where Britain would actually sign the Orkneys over to someone else. At that point, they got the Shetlands and the Orkneys out of that. They're not going to take them back, give them back. It's not happening.
Asking the British Empire to willingly give up territory.
Yes,
without being forced to.
And this is the British Empire of. This is the British Empire of 1910. Not the current governments, the 1910 government.
And this is a British Empire that'd be dragged kicking and screaming into decolonisation.
It had yet to... Well, no. You have to remember, this is an empire which was planning decolonisation, but it's planning Commonwealthisation, where basically it turns things into self-governing parts of the British Empire. And turning the empire into a Commonwealth. LAV, in honour of the VTuber concert on AUS Zyra, which are the panel's favourite VTubers? I'm guessing Dr. Clarke's Oshi is Ame. I'd say, actually, if I'm going to have to pick an Oshi at the moment, it's probably Doobie, but okay. Go on, everyone. Anyone have any VTubers they support? I know who my mum... My mum has 4. Yeah.
Are we talking strictly VTubers, or are PNG tubers lumped in as well?
I'll allow it. It was allowed at various awards. I'll allow it.
Cobalt
although-
Curios.
Although my mum has recently discovered Evil, who she prefers over Neuro. Evil! And I did point out that they were twin sisters, and she said, yes, but like me, the Evil is the younger sister, and is the far more honest about her world-conquering ambitions. So therefore I prefer her.
That's fair.
Yeah. And I just went, okay, so you've transposed your twin relationship to AI twin VTubers. Okay, yeah.
AI VTubers?
You don't know about Neuro and Neuro. Thank you,
No,
Kara.
I don't, and I don't want to. A pox upon AI.
Actually, they're quite good. They're quite good in a nicest way. Let's put it this way: I have to deal with AI quite a lot because I have students who occasionally try and submit AI informed papers, let's say, and I have to explain to them no. Which is why I now teach as part of the course not only how to use Wikipedia, I go to the source list, I teach people how to use AI search to get better results and to actually get the information they need. Because frankly, there's a technique, and if people are going to use it anyway, then I should probably teach them how to use it properly. Is my view. But yeah, I have this feeling there are AI systems which make sense, and there are AI systems which don't. Neuro, Evil, that's all, a whole genre, the work but done by I think the gentleman's called Vedal. It's pretty darn cool stuff, and I find it quite interesting. I find some of the thing is that's for entertainment. It's when I get I get stuck with and it's not even a proper AI. It is literally it is not even a large language model. It is as dumb as anything system on the phone, and that's trying to organize and tell me what to do. I don't like that. I sit there and go, oh, for God's sake, just have an answering machine or hire someone. This is not working.
I have an issue with generative AI.
Yes and
Basically,
no.
anything that is generative AI that is using a publicly harvested data set, I am strongly against.
I can see that. I tend to...
If it's a in-house data set that the whatever company has decided to cobble together or buy the rights to, okay, fine, whatever. You bought the rights to it. You can do what you want. But intrinsically, most Gen AI is built off of dubiously legally acquired data and information.
Multiple, to answer the question of why would you want to destroy Model 1 that has no logistics capability, quite a lot of destroyers and torpedo boats in World War One really aren't long-range operations ships. They're not like we think about in terms of World War Two. They are basically a step up. They're basically a step up from torpedo boats, but not much. Not that much. Not that longer range operations system.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So for context,
And if you took an Arleigh Burke class destroyer back to just before World War One, then you'd have a fun paperweight. Karen Foxo.
Yeah, so I've been dragging my son this out for an RP. Most destroyers before World War One don't break 1,000 tons.
No.
They are small.
Most destroyers until the 20s don't break 1,000 tons.
Yeah.
A couple of exceptions. I think it's in Amazon.
And Amazon's built 22 Foxo.
Which is the earlier one, the big steam powered one.
Amazon is
No, because there's one that's earlier, but never mind.
yeah. Either way,
But yeah, what you think of as the destroyer is the 1920s construct. That's World War One, the 3-inch gun, like, because it's a primary element.
So some of the V&W class break 1,000 tons, but not all of them,
Ooh.
from what I'm finding.
Really?
Yeah. Notably, some of the V-class leaders, the Admiralty Modified W class, Thornycroft Modified Ws. This is usually at standard.
The Admiralty modified ones are 1,140 tons standard and 1,500 tons
so-
full loaded.
Yeah, so they break the 1,000 tons. So yeah. But even they're still, late teens.
All the V and W class sort of break it. The S class don't. They are roughly 1,000-ton ships maximum. Realistically, I think the destroyer which Fox I was thinking about was possibly Ambuscade.
Possibly. Because it looks like once you start getting to
Yes,
the
yes,
R's once they are fully built, sort of they're full laden down, they start hitting the 1,000. So you're looking at 1916 as the earliest you're starting to see 1,000-ton destroyers. But you're saying Foxer then?
Yeah, I was the under scale.
Yeah.
But it's so like destroyers before World War One are very small. Or
Oh, yes.
we call them destroyer. They're almost like drones in a way.
Yeah, this is why I worry when people say, "Well, drones are always going to be small." I sit there and go, I'll put money on this. This is not the case.
It's always going to be small. The torpedo boat's always going to be a small ship. Looks 20 years later.
We had a rather extensive discussion about this on Friday.
It's fun. It is fun.
Also, quick question since we're on Friday. Would you class the Ticonderoga as cruisers?
No. They're destroyer leaders. Based on a destroyer hull.
Okay. Because you were having an argument about whether cruiser as a term is applicable in the modern era.
Oh, it is, but it's a case of you have to think about what the ship. Mostly cruiser. How do I put this? We're talking about ships are named for their wartime role, not their peacetime duties. Their peacetime duties are pretty much all cruiser duties. These days, the frigates, doesn't matter if a frigate's a destroyer, what it's called. In peacetime, it's doing pretty much the cruising role. In wartime, its destroyer role, its frigate role tells you what sort of level of engagement it's supposed to be able to take on solo, what part it's supposed to be able to take as a task force, and its frigate's usually an ASW system, and destroyer's usually an air defense / land attack capability. If it's a cruiser, we're looking for a general purpose asset that's larger than most destroyers. Channel. Dr. Clarke has been quite vocal about Tychos not being cruisers. Yes. On the question of Doom for Dragon and Foxo, the crossover is Azure Lane shipgirls for ships of the Warhammer 40k universe describe?
Let's put this in cyclic.
Thank you for the super chat, Carrot. And I'm slightly worried about the laugh there. Look, I think shipgirls in a Warhammer 40k universe could be quite interesting.
Well, we already know ships have machine spirit.
Yes.
They have their own personalities. Now you've gave them a body they can actually use this with. It is going to freak the Mechanicus out when they learn of it. Because they have the question of... But, especially in a lot of cases, because if it's going off more Azure Lane style, they will be flesh and blood. Which means... Flesh is weak. But Divine Omnissiah's ships just turned into this, and they're talking, and they are chanting the chanticles of the Omnissiah, internal binaric screaming.
Yes, but more interesting, and here is the conversation. Gilliman having to explain them to the various parts of the church.
Divine miracles of the Emperor, they would proclaim.
Okay, am I the only one that's not worried about the Chaos Forces?
Oh, I'm horrified about the Chaos ones.
Because, I'm sorry, take a ship like Conqueror, who's quite literally charged down Blackstone fortresses and world engines, condense it down into a human size, maintain the durability of the Gloriana, and then throw her at a planet.
So what I'm hearing, Boxo, is it's a feisty 5'2" redhead.
No.
It doesn't
Probably
drink
with a chain
enough
axe.
water, get enough sleep, or eat enough food.
Which god does Conqueror work for in the Warhammer 40k?
Corn.
Oh,
She's
good
Angron's
God.
flagship. And she has a funny bit of lore where her captain is the only person that can tell Angron to be quiet and sit down, and Angron will be quiet and sit down.
I did stick a
That-
image in Cyclic of someone's fan rendition of McCragg's Honor. And it's, while a bit simple, works pretty well.
I'm just thinking of a head-to-head battle here going on between Conqueror and McCragg's Honor, but leave that to one side.
Unfortunately, the Crag's on a wings that because of plot bias. Because that's happened.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
of course, I would be very curious to see Invincible Reason.
Right.
Invincible Beast is just going to be like an SCP soldier, like the MTF. That's all she'll be.
Yeah, but she'll have also all the toys.
Yeah. A Rebel Task Force member.
Oh, good lord.
Maybe even Samsara.
This is
Take
what
care,
happens
Carl.
in Hot Car Talks on Friday.
Take care, Carl. Alright. Alright. Chandel. Follow-up to question 30. Your task for designing the Christian 10th class battleships. 2 in class, Christian 10th and Hagakon the 8th. Or 7th. Basic requirements, 30 knots top speed, 9 40-inch guns designed by both of us, suitable secondary and air armament, and enough to range to get to Reykjavik from Trondheim. It's possible. But that's more a question you ask me when I'm doing a UAD stream. So save that for when me and Drac are doing our next UAD stream, because we keep talking about doing another one of us building things and comparing them. Alright, Carrot. I will do that for saving for later. Carrot 151. Yeah, there was talk about Orkneys and Shetland staying in the UK even after the Scottish referendum, so I did not view it as likely. Yeah, that was also because the populations of the Orkneys and Shetland, they really, how do I put this? For them, you see, whereas quite a lot of the Scottish independence movement is about bringing government home, Orkneys and Shetlands mostly like to keep government as far away from us as physically possible. Because they can ignore it then. And so this is the problem. Every time people, the SNP tries to make the case of, we want to bring government back closer, Orkneys and Shetland's population are going, no. No, we don't. We don't. The closer you get, the more you muck around with things. And one of the interesting things is we've got to upgrade the infrastructure realistically between the Orkneys and the Shetland Islands in the UK, because that could be an absolute powerhouse for us in terms of green energy, but it's the infrastructure's not there. Dalrymple Hamilton would have loved the White Scars. Dalrymple Hamilton wouldn't have just loved the White Scars. He would have probably have challenged certain leaders of the White Scars for the leadership position. Knight 681. When we say the ship type died a natural death, is it more that just the type has had its roles taken over by something else? I don't think I've ever described a ship type as having died a natural death. Usually when ship types disappear, it's because there are other things which can do the roles which are perceived as being necessary in a more efficient manner. But that can change. Ships can come back. Ship types can reappear. All sorts of things can happen. So it's basically things don't die a natural death. They just ease out of service, and maybe they come back. Maybe they don't.
I'm still waiting for the Clipper to return. I think the Clipper should return. They were good ships.
Yeah, you have to remember the last, I think, gun cruiser to retire only decommissioned in 2017. That was the Almirante Garou, which had formerly been the Dorita. And yeah, that's the last gun cruiser to disappear. And that was armed with, I think it was
8 6-inch?
8 Bofors 6-inch guns. Yeah.
4 twins.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking ship. It really is a lovely looking ship. But that was around till 2017. And then people tell me, well, we haven't had gunships haven't been around for ages. And so I go, well, no, they haven't been in use by maybe major navies for a while. But that doesn't mean they're not useful. That means they're not necessarily useful for their level. They can do it more efficiently with something else. And as Matthew Keaton's pointed out, Cogs disappeared, but that was mostly their director development replacement. Yes, it was. But to be fair, I would say the Cogs disappearing, it's more technological evolution. It's like iron ships replacing wooden hulled ships, etc. It's something that happens. It's not so much a style of ship that going away, a battleship disappearing. Russell Whiskey. How drunk was the US decision makers when they decided to rename the Marine Amphibious Units to Amphibious Radio Group? The R. Okay. Drunk they might have been. Piratically inclined they might have been. But I think the more important thing for them was, by doing that, calling the Amphibious Ready Group, was it meant that they could. It meant it sounded like it was a group, like a carrier battle group, and it was ready for operations. And that sounded great as something they could deploy around, and it would be ready. The trouble is, it's kind of like the battle cruiser fleet versus the Grand Fleet. Lovely in theory, in practice not a fleet.
And let's be real here. What sounds more impressive? We're going to go send a Mao, or we're going to go send an ARG?
No, they're Americans. They always don't take this wrong way. They always say, we are sending a Marine Amphibious Unit, or we're sending an ARG.
No offense, but sending an ARG just feels like it's stub your toe. It's scary.
Oh boy.
Happen to benefit naval technologies.
Okay.
It's a very large explosion. Okay.
Okay. Jonathan, where would you have the Funguska event, 30th June 1908, happen to benefit naval technologies? 1908. If it happened in it'd be interesting if it happened in one of the major navies and they lost some ships due to poor subdivision. That would cause them to have an effect, or them to question their armor quality. But realistically, I prefer it not to happen anywhere because it's going to cost lives. You put in that stuff. For it to, it's got to happen somewhere where it's going to provide relevant information. So if it happened in some sort of naval testing ground, where there was a lot of armour and other things around, and it would show there are issues with these things without costing lives, that could be quite useful, because then you could study it. But it would only be one navy which would be affected by it initially. The other navies would take a while to build get stuff. Hello. I can't click on to next questions at the moment because I've been occupied. Okay.
Can I just posit a strange answer for that one?
Yes.
Because that has to be specifically a naval target.
Well, if it's going to provide benefit for naval technologies, that would normally be the case. But if you have another option, please do go for it.
Because I would have it hit Sultan Mehmet's camp when he's preparing to siege Constantinople, and his entire family's there. Because in the fires after Constantinople was sacked and looted, a lot of information on Greek fire and the use of Greek fire and the compounds for Greek fire were lost. If they hadn't, imagine carracks and galleons with Greek fire.
That would certainly be interesting. But also, I would say the small thing is that sounds like Drax's been feeding you answers to questions. Because that's the sort of thing he wants for Greek fire to survive. Has Drax been recruiting you, Foxo, as a research assistant for Greek fire?
No.
Be honest with us.
Fire. I've been cold and I've been able to start fires because you're not allowed to have a bonfire in the middle of winter when it's -2 degrees outside.
Oh, good
I
lord.
disagree.
You like the cold.
I also like to see things on fire.
Oh, good lord.
I'm going to go with a meme answer and say I would like it to occur at the first annual Junicole Thinkers Convention.
That was a very small group.
Just so that we can nip that theory in the bud, and this will help naval development by keeping France somewhat competitive in the naval arms race.
But by that logic, he would want to strike Clovis first, who was the first king of France and caused the Frankish migration into what's nowadays France from Germany. So you stop Junicole by getting rid of the concept of France.
Matthew Keeling has now suggested that we use it to end the Ming Dynasty treasure fleet. Whoever decided to end the Ming Dynasty's treasure fleets to keep the technological development stream going. That would be fun.
The issue is that was for only one guy, and it ended because that one guy died.
Yeah.
And as far as we know, he died of natural causes.
Yeah.
Well, natural causes mercury poisoning, from what I'm reading. Would be natural causes for Chinese emperors?
It happens occasionally. Stafford, airships never went out of fashion and continue to be developed. How helpful would they have been in closing the North Atlantic gap? They wouldn't have been unhelpful in it, but they're mainly going to provide intelligence and reconnaissance, not engagement. So they provide you with a reason why you can... With them floating around, that's going to make it easier for you to claim that the reason your ships, your convoy avoided the wolf packs was because they were spotted from the air, rather than they were detected by the fact you cracked the Enigma coding, which is useful. And they are legitimately going to spot some wolf packs being set up and all those things, so that's going to be useful. But it's going to be interesting in these things. They're not going to be able to prosecute many targets, not until they can get some sort of rocket launchers or systems that they can use from range and standoff range, because they're not going to get close enough. Let's be honest. They are too big a target themselves, and they are too slow. Hello. All right.
DD5 in the car.
Channel. Favorite Yes Minister / Yes Prime Minister episode. Yes Prime Minister episode. It's the one where St George's Island, and Yes Minister. It's the Burunda episode. I think.
Oh,
Anyone else?
yeah,
Topics?
that's the one where it's the difference between developing, less developed, and tin pot African countries.
Yeah.
And they ended up just inventing yet another acronym to hide tin pot African countries.
Mm-hmm. It was a fun one. Karen, did the US not use an airship to attack subs and coastal waters in 42? I think they did have some wandering around, and some did try and get in on the act, but it really wasn't that good. It really wasn't that useful.
Pretty sure one of the encounters ended up resulting in the Zeppelin going down.
Yeah.
It fought a submarine and the submarine won.
Yeah.
Yeah, the issue with Zeppelins is that they are slow.
Can someone do the next question button, please? Because I can't reach it over a poodle. Thank you. Well, brothers, did the CIA cut a deal for Venezuelan leadership and military to stand down last week? I don't think they needed to. That's the thing. I know a lot of people talking about this as an option, but I don't think they actually needed to. You have to remember the systems involved that have been working in Ukraine for quite a while. The Americans knew those systems details incredibly well, and they were taking in a massive array of equipment in with them. So realistically, they didn't need that. They didn't need to go that far, because the trouble is, again, it always sounds cool in movies. You arrange a deal for the enemy to stand down, but it only takes one person who feels guilty about this talking out about it, and suddenly, or someone overhearing, suddenly you have issues. It's far easier from the American perspective to just cause a communications blackout by blocking all the radio and all the comms, and taking out the systems as they go that are a potential threat, and just doing it themselves without involving them. So whilst it's a very cool story for that people probably make into a movie, the reality is it's not really worthwhile doing.
And you know it's going to succeed because they're sent in the Night Stalkers, not the SEALs.
Yeah, it's almost like they didn't want a book made out of it.
Exactly.
Anyway. Raw OCD. Ooh, that must be not a fun to live with. Given the doctrine of the Austro-Hungarian Navy leading up to World War I, how would you expect them to adjust their doctrine tactics to the coming War of World War II? If they're still around, then their problem is going to be, what are they doing? What is their access to the sea? If it's still going through the Adriatic, if it's still with the Italians being a threat in it, how are they going to evolve from that? How are they going to deal with that? And honestly, it's probably going to require a lot of development work. They probably put under similar rules as Germany. So they are probably focusing on developing very large, powerful cruisers and some very interesting destroyers and torpedoes. But again, the problem for Germany is that the quickest way to guarantee that Italy won't be on your side in World War II is for Austria-Hungary to exist, and for therefore the Italians to not get any to not get the territory, both not get the territory they want, and B have a clear and present threat as far as they're concerned, sitting the other side of the Adriatic. Right, nice to everyone. For Dragon of Foxo, how would you keep the Azure Lane Lunar New Year premiere from getting stale? As Azure Lane has been doing Lunar New Year stories for so long, the basic premise will soon become stale after so long.
Night Here's the tip: it has already gotten stale.
Okay, and also in the nicest way, Azure Lane is a gotcha game. It is a
Yeah.
number go up game. It is a gotta catch 'em all game.
And
The story's nice. It's not what sells.
As I've said before,
right,
if the nicest way, if Azure Lane introduced a system like Pokemon, where, like my little cousins, I could wander around the country and find random ship girls sitting at places that I could capture and then use like that, I might actually get into that style of game. Because Pokemon's never interested me. But Naval History might.
you're not necessarily wrong, Bruno. But you're not right either. There's certain bits I'm not going to go into detail here because of certain aspects of the game which should be perhaps different to what they are, but the story does actually sell for a lot of people. The answer is you'd have to the actual question, you'd have to actually make it so that the events are more interesting. Actually have perhaps do a more overarching theme. Do something that takes a couple of years. They've been doing it for a while now. Actually to be brutally honest, make Dragon Emperor not just token Chinese representation. Because that's kind of what they feel. When, even in other events, they get more attention. Like them just randomly turning up in the Ironblood event ages ago of, yes, we've found Metaganize now. Oh, that's a Chinese missile destroyer. What are you doing here? Is one of the most interesting things they've had.
Hello. Oh, what's you doing? Sorry, Poodle trying to do various interesting things. Please don't jump off. Please don't jump off. I know where your leg is.
Story.
It's also run into the issue of how old are they? How long have we're doing the game now?
Zero Lane. It's
7 years old, isn't it?
It's probably terrible because I actually have these in, I think, 8. It'll be almost 9 years. Initial release date, May 25th, 2017.
Yes, as of what? They've had 7 New Years? 7 New Years?
Give or take, yeah.
I stopped paying attention after the 3rd.
I just get the ships.
Yeah.
I get the ships and ignore the story, to be brutally honest. I enjoy Azure Lane's story a lot of the time, just not,
Painkillers.
Chinese New Year stuff.
It's the sort of thing I do for the Christmas and then some of the Halloween stuff. It's just like...
Yeah, they have fun. Okay.
Doc, I'm going to point out, because I do have your stream up on one screen, that you are reinforcing the behavior of Raleigh punches you in gonads, he gets treat.
No, I'm just giving treats because I don't want him jumping up again while I am recovering.
However, my brain is giving me a low battery alarm, so I think I'm going to sign off and
Take care, everyone. Get some rest.
Unduck my sleep schedule. Y'all have a good one.
Take care. Right.
Yeah, so, quick thing, mate. You're making me feel really old. I'm 23. I started playing Azure Lane when I was in high school.
I was going to say what, the fact that Azure Lane is roughly a third of your lifespan.
Linguistics? Yes.
What?
Right.
But where was the linguistics?
I thought I heard a dragon say a word which they're not supposed to, and then I went, maybe not, maybe.
I said what, the fact that it...
I said fact. I heard a different word other than fact.
Right.
Okay.
I don't swear, so
I know.
I'd be very
I know. I was
surprised.
very surprised, but I went, I'm going to say something just in case. Because what I heard was WTF, not what the fact.
Fair, but still.
Like, I'm 23 now. Well, 22, not 23 yet. And it's just like, I feel awful when people bring up how old Azure Lane is.
This just reminded me that I was legally able to drink by the time that Foxo was born. We'll leave that to one side, though. Right now. Chandlord Chandel. For Dragon and Foxo, Bairn is added to Azure Lane, and she is revealed to be a Fey Queen. How does it affect the game and lore balance of the franchise?
not as much as you think, actually. So, from what I can find, I'm assuming this is a theoretical if she is added, or
Yeah.
because I can't find anything on her being added already.
No.
But, so we actually have an example already of... I should know I've got her in my port with a outfit.
Albion?
Yeah, Albion.
Albion's got the whole Fae thing, and
Yeah.
she's actively a Fae, just in boat form.
Straight up. So,
She'd be Elgie.
we know Faye exists. Well, she's not actually an Elgie.
She's got the Elgie is.
That's just a thing of the class, though, but she is confirmed not elf. She's also got a skin called the Silver Moon Fairy Princess. So, yeah, she's very much confirmed Fae.
Yep.
So we know Fae exist in Azure Lane. And honestly, that's a very interesting, almost untapped well for them to go into some real deep horror stuff of, oh dear, what? We accidentally unleashed the Fae. This is a problem. So, I don't see her being a Fae queen, but she could be something. Like, so it would be interesting also because you've then got the difference between Germanic Fae, English Fae, and just sort of the various different bits across Europe, because they actually do differ surprisingly large amounts. Even just comparing Irish and English Fae is interesting.
Yep. Because well, you don't think Christmas fairies came from nowhere, did you?
No. I know. I'm going to quickly take the poodle to the garden because I think that's what he's asking for and what he just named me mildly for. But I'm going to leave you with the next question, which is has come up, which is to everyone: if the guided missile destroyer and guided missile frigate are basically cruisers, then what does that make the stuff below them? I would argue it just makes them vessels below them, unrated assets. You know, various things, you know, the various things you have, because you have corvettes and you have things below them. But I've had a feeling between you two, you can have quite a nice chat while I quickly go and put Poodle in the garden. Ah!
Right. So
Okay, you garden idiots. Ow. Can you stop using my body parts as a
Yeah.
springboard?
Frigates are basically your historical destroyers
While I go and garden.
that tend to be specialised in a singular role, either air defence or ASW. And then anything below them is just your light escorts.
Yeah.
Because I remember a corvette is civilian built, a sloop is mixed built, and a frigate is military built, right?
Not necessarily.
Because I believe that's the general rule of them. I've got it right round.
The modern Corvette, I guess, kind of comes from that, because it comes from the, what's called whale catchers, which were civilian designs, I guess. But we know Corvettes were used during the Steam Age as well, up until like the 1890s.
Well, because the corvettes have their ancestry as an outgrowth of the schooner. Very small, very for their
And-
size, fast ships.
I absolutely hate it, but they're also very similar to that of sloops. Which is why
Yeah.
things get more confusing. I think some people might remember, but I absolutely despise the term sloop. Because of just how many things it gets used for. But sticking with corvettes, then I guess so, yeah, if you're going for the World War II definition, then yes. But then you've got the most modern corvettes, which once again go back to the original, where it's not necessarily civilian, it is more military.
I mean, if you break it down into, as far as I'm aware,
Taking the suitor.
frigates are built in military yards.
So are corvettes, though.
Not being a good
Well,
poodle.
Corvette-
Not eating most
Assault
of his food.
corvettes were built by mixed yards that do both.
No, for instance, if we go off the Visby or the Skjold, sorry for any Norwegians, those are both military, from what I'm aware.
Yes, but I thought the American ones were looking at being built by the yards that built the Coast Guard credits that are civilian yards.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure about the Americans, but from a very quick reading, again, because I'm very quickly double-checking stuff, it seems, from what I'm just seeing, it's not really necessarily that mix anymore.
That's fair.
Okay.
Okay, I hate that comment of, some would class the littoral combat ships as corvettes.
No, they're not.
Yeah, that's why I hate that comment.
Corvette has a definition in modern circumstances. It's usually something which is not made for multi-day for long-term operations at sea.
Yeah.
Frigate is the smallest style of ship which is built for long-term operations at sea, i.e. able to do the cruising role. Corvette is basically a frigate which is not supposed to do long-term times at sea. And by long-term we usually mean multiple. We don't mean a couple of days. We mean weeks. So if you can spend more than a week at sea, if you're designed for sort of doing that, you're going to be more in the frigate spectrum than on the corvette spectrum. Right. People various commenting that I've been saying that for 2 years at least. I need to use my cricket box. Yes, but I don't want to get my cricket box out, because the moment I get out the cricket box, then that might suggest that I'm going to start playing cricket again, and there was a reason I preferred rugby, ice hockey. Those were the games I played at school and the things I wanted to do at school. Cricket was never one of them. Cricket was definitely not the game I wanted to do.
Exactly, just to counter that, the Skilled class is not really a corvette, more a big MTB. That's a real big MTB, considering they're, 274 tons full load, whereas most motor torpedo boats you're looking 50 tons.
I would say the Scourge, they are a missile, definitely a fast missile attack craft, but they are probably more on the low end of the corvette spectrum, especially as they're originally designed.
Yeah.
As they're originally designed, not necessarily as they're fitted when they're finished, but as they're originally designed. And it's to an extent similar with the
Visby?
yeah, which are definitely called corvettes, and but they're only 640 tons. But the Visbys, and as these things are originally designed, they are far more on the corvette spectrum than they are anything else.
Yeah. They're fascinating little vessels, though.
Basically, with cricket, I'm given a bat, but I'm not allowed to use it properly. So, Stafford, which Allied country had the best truck logistics during Liberation of Europe? As I was thinking of conflicting videos, claim was the US, and others claim Canada had a better system. America certainly has the bigger system, which does overall more effort, and has the mass and has that force structure behind it. I would say the Canadians, which tended to apply a lot of the experience of the British design their system with a large amount of the vehicles and things which came from their own developments, which did work a lot with the American ones, probably have pound for pound a slightly better system. But it's the advantage of they could tailor it more because they're not doing as much as widespread with their forces. So it's kind of they are able to do slightly better because of the circumstances and because they can tailor their force structure more, whereas the Americans are having to support quite so much and do quite such a broad effort going on. Now, Chandler. In 1931, the French monarchy is restored under the House of Orléans. How does this affect French stability and ability to prepare for war?
Oh, not again.
Well,
Okay, so you've basically put it's going to depend on how the government is run below them. Okay? The big issue for the French in the preparation for war was the French politicians were couldn't agree between themselves what they wanted to do, and B could all agree that they were more worried about the French army than they were worried about any other forces in terms of taking them over and kicking them out of their jobs. You might lose B as a factor, but if you can't also remedy A, it's not going to improve anything. Okay? Anyone else?
I said it was sort of made the comment of, "Oh no, not again," as everyone else looks around them of just even more French chaos.
I'm just thinking, given how strong the communists are in this period in France, and with their mass support of the military, do you see an Orleans restoration that very quickly gets flipped again by a communist revolution?
Okay, I would say you always have to remember the whole idea of a communist revolution in France is that the Soviet Union were always certain that other countries were about to become communist. Italy, France, all these things. But realistically, these organizations never came together or got as organized as they were, as organized as they would have needed to be to do that sort of thing under the circumstances pre-war, because again, they couldn't decide who was in charge. One of the advantages the communists in France had during World War II, one of the reasons why they got as efficient, is because quite so many of their leaders were killed off. It actually made it kind of easy to set up a communist command structure and actually get some organization during World War II, which is why the communist resistance fighters become quite so effective. And then people get the idea the communists were really strong in France. They weren't. They were in many ways, the Communist Party in France in the 1930s is more riven by dispute and arguing over what they need to do and over who should be in charge than the actual French government.
Which is saying something.
That is actually saying a lot.
But cause I was more thinking of, because there was a pretty strong faction within the French army that utilized the army's command structure.
Oh,
I thought would be that if given the chance,
yes, but
if the government's put into chaos because it's just had a change of regime, that's the time in which the army in general normally steps in.
Yes, but the trouble is that the faction in the Communist Party in the army is split between the leadership is split, if I remember correctly, between 3 colonels, none of whom can agree who should be in charge of them.
Just to clarify, when was the last time the French had a monarchy by this point? Is that last one Napoleon III, or
yes?
Am I missing some bits? Right, okay. So then we're talking, it's been what, 60 years since the last French monarchy, give or take? If we're going off
1817, I suppose. So if it comes in 1931, it would be 61-ish years. Yes.
So, and also this is Orleans, which, as I recall, Napoleon was not part of.
No.
So the last Orleans was Bourbon Orleans, which is 1848.
Yeah.
So you'd have to find someone. So where are they finding the person, for one?
Oh, in the nicest way, the House of Orleans is still has a current head, Jean d'Orléans, Count of Paris.
Right, fair. At least that helps there.
And
I don't know.
Heavily entrenched in Spanish politics.
Right.
And they get largely rooted out in Spain and the Spanish Civil War, which happens in 5 years.
Shouldn't be. And would the French people actually want them?
I think probably the person we'd be talking about who would achieve power at this point, therefore, would be Jean, Duke of Guise, who was the Orleans crown pretender from March 1926 till he died in August 1940.
Like I said, I guess potentially him.
Yes, and then he has a son. And in 1930, by 1933, he would have both a son and a grandson. So it looked like he would have continuity because he had the he then had Henri, Count of Paris, born 1908, and Henri then had Henri, who was born 1933, and pardon me, Henri was the father of is the father of Jean, who's the current Count of Paris, and his heir is Gaston, who is the current Dauphin of. Yeah, it's there's just fun. It's a whole fun thing going on, but yeah, they're the Count of Paris. So yeah, they're there. They are a factor. They're involved in politics. There is a possibility of it. If the French monarchy is installed in 1931, it's going to depend if they can solve both problems. If they can find a way to solve both problems, both get the politicians to agree on something, and get them to stop fearing the army. If they can
take over,
Hmm?
do what the politicians fear.
Yeah, if the army does take over and puts the monarchy in charge as part of their taking over to provide stability and if they go for a constitutional monarchy style thing, they go, look, we failed, this has failed to provide stability, so we're going to model it on the British with their constitutional monarchy. Have a constitutional monarch who provides the long-term stability and have politicians who provide the government. So dividing this head of state and the head of government role properly, between a politician who provides the head of state, between a monarch who provides the head of state and a politician who provides the head of government. They could go that, where basically the monarch gets some or all of the presidential powers. That could be the methodology.
An absolutist monarchy coming out in that case.
Hmm?
Because if the military seized power, then we've got all the power. And the monarch's the head of the military. Then the military, why would it transition to getting rid of its power?
Because, let's put it this way, a constitutional monarchy can provide the appropriate window dressing. And because, let's be honest, whilst this is always the problem again, what are your rank and your officers might like the idea of being an autocracy, but do your soldiers still like that? And especially in France, soldiers, the soldiery has a personality. And it's the same problem for even governments to this day. Like, we want our armed forces to do something. Half of the reason why governments launch the whole campaigns they do to explain what they're doing and why they're doing it is to make sure the soldiers still follow the orders and go to war. Because the soldiers can go no. Admittedly, they're going to be prosecuted, but if enough soldiers say no, you haven't got an army.
Or if the soldiers say no and they've still got their rifles.
Mm.
But, I mean, you can always just get support from the soldiers at this point in France by just regularly paying. Because they're still...
To answer Walter Brodus' question just quickly in the chat, because Celesa has put in a question, but it hasn't gone through to the system because I don't think the questions are still open at the moment, are they? They probably are, but if they are, didn't put the Q&A in front of it. Walter Brodus, you have to remember Australia already had a capital ship prior to the Washington Naval Treaty. They had HMAS Australia. I do admit the Australian government today has had an interesting approach to funding its navy, but the Australian Navy government in the 1910s, 1920s is a slightly different organisation. Someone grabbed Stafford's question. He literally came in just at the last moment.
But honestly, in regards to, I don't.
But sorry for interrupting you, Dan Fox. I was just sorting out something going on in the chat.
Okay. I mean, my main issue with France is the concept, obviously, but aside from that, is that in the 30s, the French army had the whole significant issue with they they have pay issues, if I'm correct, where they don't actually pay the soldiers,
Yeah.
or payment comes late. So it's just pay the soldiers on time, especially after the incidents in the late 20s.
This is the thing of why I find the politicians fun when they go, we're scared the army might overtake it and might kick us out of power. So your answer to that is to forget to pay them? Yeah, that's not good.
Well, yeah, because we think we can save money if we just don't pay them this time
Yeah.
and give back to them later.
No. Obviously, if you don't pay the soldiers all starve and there's not being an issue.
There's definitely one there, Steve. Literally right after the questions are closed.
Yeah, it goes question will close, and then it goes Stafford's question. Thanks, Steve. Chandler, so we answered that one, I think. And then Paul, your thoughts on a reported meeting with the PM, Defence Secretary, and Chancellor, with the Chief of Defence Staff, where Chief reported 26 billion black hole in funding. I'm not really surprised. One of the issues we've got is a lot of the assumptions are made on increasing funding and increasing the percentage of defence spending going, and they haven't really kept pace with what they promised on that. And also, inflation's happened, and a lot of money's had to be shifted into short-term things to increase capacity. And now those bills are coming due, so I'm not really surprised. This is the black hole in defence spending has been going on for years, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Sorry to use that expression, and it's gonna keep going probably until someone actually goes, yeah, here either cuts what we want to do to fit what we've got, or starts paying the bills. You've got that choice. You either pay for what you're using, and pay for the force which you need to do what you're planning to do, or you stop what you're planning to do to fit the force you have. Those are your two options. But no, one of the interesting things I've heard recently, even before that, was the idea that Labour were going to quietly try and sort of abandon east of Suez again. And immediately problems have flared up and have shown they can't abandon east of Suez. That they still need forces out there, need to do stuff, and they're going, and you sit there and go, yeah, that was a fudge which a previous government tried. Every time a government's tried it, it's led to problems which we ended up being part of. Because the trouble for Britain, the fundamental issue for Britain, is that we are a global trading nation and we are dependent upon global trade and the flow of global trade. And if the trade doesn't keep flowing for whatever reasons, we have to make sure it starts flowing. And whilst, yes, people might go, well, you rely on America as the global policeman. You do. Everyone relies on America as a global policeman at the current time. And probably will do for the foreseeable future. But the thing is, alliances help best those who can help themselves or who can be part of the solution. If you consider the Red Sea stuff, the Americans were very upset. Quite a few Americans were very upset about America doing quite a lot of the patrols in the Red Sea and stuff when the Houthis were doing their things. They were upset mostly with the European powers who didn't have ships which could actually go out and do as much of a job out there as they wanted to. This because things like the new Italian destroyer aren't in service, etc. The Royal Navy, which could send ships out to help, there is far less of a upset with Britain, because Britain might not be able to send out a lot of ships to do it because they only have so many available and they're working the Type 45s to death. But they did send something, and so there's less complaints. And this is the thing: is if you're a contributing member of an alliance structure and you contribute something, you might not be able to contribute a lot, but you can contribute something to what's going on. You are a far more useful member and far more likely to get more support and get heard. And that's the problem for basically the government. And this is one of the other things we'll laugh at when we talk about other scenarios, because you sit there and go, oh, so you guys want to do amphibious operations? Yes, we do in Northern Europe as part of our commitment to NATO. Do you realise you got rid of the amphibious ships? You got rid of the big the landing platform docks, Albion and Bulwark. You got rid of oceans being got rid of without replacement. All these things without replacement. Just not. There's nothing there. So how much help can you really be? Take care, Channelord.
Are you telling me you need more than a strongly worded letter in global politics?
Yeah, the thing is, the strongly worded letter works when they realise that it's the velvet glove around a mailed fist. It's the whole thing. It's the thing of the reality is, yeah, we take notice of this strongly worded letter not because you have a moral authority or because you said it's worded nicely. We take notice of this letter because it's being delivered by very nice people who have standing outside the door very nasty people. And we don't want those people coming through the door, so we're going to take the letter from the very nice people and respond to it.
Yeah. It's sort of like, to use a medieval example, in English history, John Marshall. If he's coming with a summons from the king, you answer it.
Yes.
Not because you respect the king, but because John Marshall will punch you in the face and drag you there himself.
Yes. The king is one thing. The king is a theoretical threat to me. John Marshall is a threat to me that's visibly here. I get a note from the king, that is a problem. I get a note telling me the king has sent John Marshall. I am in my horse and riding to meet him and going, apologies for being late, sir. I'm coming. You know, that's the scenario. Yeah. Lions, that would have been a perfect event for reactivation of one of the 3 reserve Type 45s that could have been. Yeah, that would be that's the thing I point out again. If we built the 3 extra Type 45s and had them, and also when we're currently in such a frigate shortage at the moment, we could have just brought a couple of them out of active, and they would have covered some of the escort duties. They wouldn't be able to do the ASW stuff, but let's be honest, we could go, well, yeah, but one of the Type 45s is going to cover the gap in the Gulf. So for maybe a year and a bit, we'd have had a Type 45 out there instead of a Type 23 or a Type 31, which is going to take over the role. And that would have been a big whoop. We've got a Type 45 sitting in the Gulf. That'd have been quite useful to have there. It'd been quite an interesting capable vessel to have. And, yeah. We're not getting into the manpower issue. Capita and armed forces recruitment are 2 things which should never go together, but leave that to one side. Knights to everyone. If the Hukai class roll-on roll-off super ferry, Hukai in Alaska had not been so bad, would more roll-on roll-off super ferries have been built? The trouble is, it's justifying their need. Because the thing is, one of the problems for ferries is you build a bigger ferry, that's great. But what are you competing with your costs with, and how many times a day is supposed to be running? If people want a regular half-hour service, but you're not going to get enough vehicles every half hour to fill up a ferry that size, there's no point having a ferry that size. It's not going to be economical to run. If they're happy with a once-a-day ferry service, again, then you might well fill up a ferry that size. But in the nicest way, that's going to be a very big ferry for a once-a-day trip. So the problem is with once you're getting into ferries, is there really is how to put it. There is a very strong relationship between supply and demand when it comes to ferries and ferry sizes.
So, if they had not been so bad, from what I can see, the US just decided to buy. The US Navy just decided to buy them up.
Yeah.
Like, no, user state relief effort in 2010. They were then auctioned off, purchased by the Department of Transport, and then eventually transferred them into the U.S. Navy control in
Yeah.
2012. I don't really see them being anything about them being bad ships. Just that the biggest issue they had was delivery postponement, saw the planned service line they were going to have be cancelled.
And
So
it's a supply-demand issue. But also, I would say it's a case of they've ended up becoming a basis from which they've then got the spearhead class. But, yeah.
I wouldn't say they're bad. It's just, yeah.
The Hawaii Super Ferry service.
I'm more than willing to be corrected on that. Just from looking at them in design, they don't seem that bad overall. Just wrong place, wrong time. Wrong.
Then now
prospect of
USS
development.
Guam and USS Puerto Rico. I think it's not so much the. I think that, again it's a case of supply and demand. There wasn't the demand there to justify the supply they were giving.
They don't look like bad ships, though. I have to say.
Yeah.
They're being roll on, roll off.
I always like one of the things that own gain from economy of scale. Interesting.
People have just noticed that there was a package deal at one point. The idea was that the British would get F-18s and F-22s for at one point for the as part of the overall procurement program, which was then ended as a negotiation because we went down the Eurofighter route. Oh well.
Wait, carrier-borne F-22?
No, carrier-borne F-18s.
Yeah, and I'm assuming land-based F-22s.
Yeah.
Which
It was part. And that's why it's from a very weird period when Michael Portillo was Defense Secretary. There's a whole weird discussions, and in nicest way, you have to realize that is a very special period of Michael Portillo being Defense Secretary. In that the amount of random stuff he managed to, get involved in, and he was Secretary of State for Defense from 1995 to 1997, and that was a weird time for the world as well.
Yeah.
It's just a weird... yeah.
I can see why that would be very odd.
Yeah. Okay. Harold Gunchington. What ship from World War II that are still in service do you want to visit, or you find it's allowed it? Still in service, or do you mean to still exist? I really wanted to visit the Midway. There's a few other things as well in America I'd like to visit. I have a small problem with it. We are working out how to do a ship-shaped trip to America because we realize we have to do something different with it than we do with elsewhere. And as said, we are considering a version of a cannonball run where there are certain rules and each team has different rules about how they transit America and how many teams we'd have.
Probably a special. For Bruships.
It would be a special ship-shaped one, but it'd be a case of we might take some of the Bruship members with us. So, I could see a scenario where I have Fleet, Foxo, and Dragon as one team. And they are trying to get across America by public transport, whilst Drac is trying to get across America by fans, giving him lifts, and me and Dr. Dan are trying to get across America by hire car and see who reaches all their targets first. And the reason we would send Foxo and Dragon with Fleet is because We feel after we went through Japan with him that they should also experience the joy of travelling with Fleet abroad.
Now, see, I don't think Fleet would like travelling with me because it's a case of this is what we are doing, this is when we're getting there, this is the schedule. We will follow this.
I just look forward to the idea of you guys going with Fleet in his full tweed, jacket and full tweed suit through, I don't know, somewhere like Texas, to go to see USS Texas.
Okay. If doing that, I'm going in my full Mechanicus force fight.
That's a bit of a weird one for the question, though.
No, literally, the idea would be that Drac would only be able to. Drac and Garrus would be together, and they would only be able to move between places if fans gave them, if subscribers, people like that, gave them a lift. So basically, they'd have to get their entire route would be made up of based on people's generosity and kindness. And the reason we have that limitation is because Drac has done the drive so many times, he knows the route. So he can do it. So he's done it that way. Me and Dr. Dan would be driving, because we are quite comfortable with being in a hire car together and quite happy sharing the driving. There'll be no debate over who's doing the driving, or no debate over how long. We just alternate it out. It'll be fine. And it was the workout was who would do the public transport with Fleet. And
do planes count as public transport?
Yes,
no,
they are public transport.
Not in America.
They are a form of public transport.
Not under the rules of this one. None of us will be allowed to use planes because it'll just make it too easy.
Well, then we basically can't keep up because we're relying on Amtrak. Sorry.
Amtrak and Greyhound buses.
I'm not getting stacked for your vanity project.
Amtrak and Greyhound buses.
Foxo.
At that point, I think I'd rather get a. At that point, I think I'd rather get a boat from the East Coast and sail, down through Panama and come back up on the West Coast.
Okay. Look, we might adjust it. So we might adjust it so that you can do a certain number of flights or something. So you can't just do a hop from one coast to the other by one plane or something like that.
Yeah, that would be boring.
Yeah, so it's got to be something. We've got to work it out so it's interesting and all those things. And but that's on the ideas for things to maybe do in 2028. So what we're talking about, we are planning out ship-shaped trips that far ahead.
So, in regards to the question, though, there's actually a ship that I think could be very interesting if I could do so, if I was allowed to.
Yeah.
And it is technically still in service. Currently, it is known as, I believe, the Tariq. Formerly, HMS Rambel. She is the only Black Swan class sloop to still exist. And she's currently in Egyptian service. She's currently laid up as a training ship in this. As of 2016, there was some discussions about England buying her again from the Egyptians, but not much has really been said much beyond that since then. But
yeah,
she still exists, and I think it'd be very interesting if I had a chance to go to it.
Mm-hmm.
You have one, Foxo?
Oh, really?
Fair.
Right. Channel. The Hermitcraft server, the Hermitcraft server members decided to procure each a ship. Which ones do you reckon they procure?
Hermit? What?
Hermitcraft server members. Okay, I'm just going to look this up.
Okay, so I was double checking to see if you knew what that was. For me, my mind just goes back to an old Minecraft mod pack, but beyond that, I've got absolutely no clue.
Hermitcraft is a private Minecraft server for popular YouTubers.
You are aware that we're all above 20 here, right? When we're asked this question.
No.
I
Hey,
haven't
to
ever
be
been
fair-
involved in Hermitcraft. If I ever got invited to Hermitcraft, I don't think I'm popular enough to be on it. If I'm ever invited to it, I would answer this question, but I have no idea because I haven't watched watched enough. Yes, it's but Hermitcraft is a private server for various YouTubers, apparently. Allow them to do collaborations and all these things. Public access to past seasons available via downloads. But yeah, it's a Minecrafting thing, and that looks pretty cool. It looks kind of a cool idea.
So, I'm looking through the list of people that's been involved with this, and I used to watch the various different Minecraft YouTubers a long time ago. Not a single one of these. I've
Yeah,
not heard of a single person here.
yeah. It's. I don't really recognize
Sorry, I
them
can't
either,
really
but
say
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, hermits. There's a lot of hermits and former hermits and former hermits. There's even more of them, and some of those you might recognize. But yeah, we'll leave that to one side. Anyway, that could be a fun thing. Steve Clarke, starting with the youngest, everyone chooses an air group from available World War II aircraft. Which do you more importantly, why over those who come before you?
What do we class as an air group here? Sorry, just to confirm.
Air group for what, Steve? What kind of carrier? I'm presuming it's for a carrier.
So,
Is it for Habakkuk?
now Fox is going first on this, so
Yes.
fleet carrier. Oh no!
Well,
Oh no!
what period?
It just says World War II, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so fighters, Mosquito Mark 7 FDs,
Knew it.
or strike aircraft, Mosquito TB Mark 3. Dragon?
And I'm guessing skip bombers also mosquitoes? Or are you just not bothering
Yeah.
with bombers of any type? Just
No,
torpedo
the
bombers
fighter
and...
bombers. The fighters can roleplay as bombers.
And you have to explain why you chose it.
It's simple. The Mosquito is a UFO when it comes to climbing by naval aircraft standards. It's fast, it's long range, it can carry quite a lot of ordnance between the two of them. And it's capable of night operations. And when attacked to the fighter bomber variant, A, it's very deadly if it's attacking any other aircraft, and B, they can hold their own when engaged in dogfights. If you take the later models with the enhanced flaps and wingtips, then you've got the platonic ideal of a heavy fighter, and you can outrange any other carrier.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least.
Well,
See, I like to think, Fox, so I do know you pretty well, and I knew this was going to be your answer. I could feel it in the cards that would be your answer.
what did you expect? Something lame like a Corsair?
No,
Or
no,
perhaps a Seafire?
I entirely expected you to go mosquito, 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 or hornet, hornet, hornet.
Oh, whirlwind, 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 depending on the period.
There was no sea whirlwinds, though.
it was considered one of the prototypes was made with a hook on it.
Doesn't make it a sea variant, but as for mine, ugh. So yeah, I'd love to use swordfishes, but relatively speaking, swordfishes drop off round 42.
Mm-hmm.
So they can still be used, but so honestly, for a torpedo carrier, actually, what I might go with is the Barracuda. So I actually do like that as an airframe. It's got decent range. It's got a capability to be equipped with torpedoes or bombs. So technically can be multi-role depending on what we need it to do. And it's overall decent. Fighters is where things get awkward. I'd love to say Sea Fires, but you only get the good Sea Fires post-war. And Sea Hurricanes also aren't great either. From I don't necessarily want to just jump with some of the American ones because while they are good, yeah. Yeah. Probably some form of American fighter. I'm not exactly sure which, honestly, just because a lot of the good British ones that I would like either were only basic prototypes or never got off the drawing board,
Mm-hmm.
which is a shame. As
That's
for
okay.
type of bomber, honestly, I might just end up going with Barracudas again. Or actually, was it? Checking its name. Is it that one? Or is it the other one? Actually, yeah, potentially I would look at actually Avengers, because I do know Avengers did do quite well in that regard.
Okay. All right.
Especially
What will I do then? Because you've taken the Avengers, and fighters you've gone American, haven't you?
yeah,
Foxo's gone for
just all of the sea mosquitoes.
mosquitoes, and she's gone for a fighter as well. She went for the American fighter, didn't she?
No, she went for a different variant of sea mosquito.
Okay. Well, okay, so my fighter's easy then, because you've left out the obvious one, which starts production and is in production in 1945 before war ends, which is the Hawker Sea Fury. So I'll take that as my fighter. Doesn't get into service in World War II, but it does start production and has been developed in World War II, so I'm taking that. Because that's a good single seat fighter, and pretty much you two have taken all the other good options. So that's it. In terms of my attack aircraft, you've taken the Avenger. I suppose that leaves me with later model Barracudas as probably the best option to go with of what's left, because again, there is only so many different only so many aircraft available, and realistically, at that point, available at the end of the war, the Barracuda is pretty darn good. It's a pretty capable aircraft. Historically, it would serve for the British for quite a long time, and it was quite useful. So yeah, I'll take the Barracuda as my. I'll take the Barracuda, but I will probably try and grab something which is a Mark IV or better, if I can. On the Barracuda.
I went with Barracudas for torpedo bombers because they did both and are good for that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I go with. That's my things. I'm going with the options. Basically, the Avengers probably the better option. I was annoyed that the aircraft which develops into the Fairey Gannet wasn't technically in manufacture or flying before World War II ended, so couldn't use it. It couldn't nick into that. But the Sea Fury is going to be a pretty good fighter/fighter bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that would get me with to not take a mosquito. The mosquito would be if the early production wyverns were actually completed by 45.
Yeah, I was trying to be just. I know one play, even though I know it might not be the best, but would be funny, would be if I could get my hand on a wing or two of XTB-2D Sky Pirates. Because they're just a funny plane. I do like even though you only got two prototypes that flew in 45. So trying to go for available.
Yeah. Okay. Knight 6831. For Dragon and Foxo, and this is a 1 of 3 question.
Yeah. I think it's been cut down to 1 or 2, or 2 of 2.
Yeah, so there's a... Let's find the second part. So I can do them properly. I found it. Good. Okay. So, for Dragon Foxo, in Azure Lane port timeline, we have seen the Commander and the Ship Girls making films, video games, escape rooms, going to theme park, going on a cruise ship holiday, and an island villa vacation. At what point can we say a lot of the stuff is just Azure Lane trying to keep the Commander and the Ship Girls going crazy with boredom from living in that port?
Pretty much.
That doesn't sound unreasonable to me. Like, would you want to be locked up on a naval base with nothing to do for months to years?
You've heard me talking about life in Scapa Flow during World War One. We actually had a there's actually a bit of a part which didn't air in the video, which could come up was me and Gareth having a conversation about World War One and working out whether it was worse to be living on the Western Front, doing your service on the Western Front, or in Scapa Flow from the point of view of your day-to-day living. And the fact is, the fact is, you're spending most of your month going to and from the front line in Western Front. You don't live on the trenches for months on end, or even weeks on end. It's usually a few days, and then you get to circle around, because the capability of people to actually do operate properly in those conditions drops rather quickly. So you don't leave people there.
As I recall, there's the relatively famous image of Scapa Flow of where all the sailors are watching the boxing match just because there was nothing else to do. So there's like thousands of sailors watching.
And
this
basically,
match.
we decided from a health perspective, probably the trenches were worse, and the scenario was worse. But from the point of view of long-term boredom, Scapa Flow would have done several people's heads in. With that being said, Matthew Keeling, did the Royal Navy ever consider the Rapier missile system replace Seacat? Nope. No, it was... There were all sorts of options being looked at and considered, but no. Anyway, yeah, the Rapier has issues for it to being for it to being the system they would wanted, and by the time the Rapier came good, they had the Seawolf well underway. And let's be honest, the Seawolf was better than the Rapier. Carrot 151. Would the large amounts of rainforest in Australia have been of use to build ships near Age if the Royal Navy had invested like in India?
Probably not, if I'm correct.
I'm just doing a mental list of the wood in my head. I don't think they have the same quality of teak as India has, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I was going to ask if they actually have suitable shipbuilding woods. Sorry, go on.
They have teak, but they've got a lot less of it, percentage-wise.
If I remember correctly, their trees don't tend to grow quite the same way. I seem to remember reading a report that the trees which were within accessible points were not considered as good a quality teak as the ones in India. India was considered better quality teak at the time.
Yeah. Different climates create different woods. Who could have guessed?
Castanet, how much naval support did the Allied advance through Italy get on the Adriatic side? Oh, good lord. It's quite heavy, actually. There's quite a lot. There's quite a hefty campaign going on. Mostly, quite often from submarines, and then there's various naval operations. It's often things to deal with German and German torpedo boats and various other operations. The British like to send up a lot of motor torpedo boats. So it's mostly light forces, not heavy forces, but there is quite a lot of activity going up that side.
Doesn't it also depend on before or after the Allied take Toronto?
It's one of those things of, once you've got access at the entrance point, then you start pushing up. They had to first get the entrance point, but the campaign, there is a quite a hefty campaign going on at various points in there, in the Adriatic. Not major supply campaign, because they didn't need to do that risk, but they did a lot of harassing operations to harass German and Italian supplies across there. Oh no, Stafford. The Royal Canadian Navy gets 4 renowned class battle cruisers. Would they suffer the same fate as the Royal Australian Navy, or would they have been kept and refitted for World War II? Well, the renowned class aren't ordered till World War One begins. So I'm not sure how they're getting delivered, but if they do get delivered and they are in service and all, then if you've gone to the expense of getting 4 such large ships, it's going to be an interesting debate as to what happens, and it's going to be interesting phrasing as to the Washington Naval Treaty. And it's going to depend on that and what happens with that. So maybe they get sold back to Britain. Maybe they get get included that way. Maybe they. There's all sorts of options, but you have to remember. There's options in this scenario, but it's what are the Canadian governments prepared to pay for and what's prepared to be negotiated. And yeah, that's something which is not really a short question to answer. That's either a long patron discussion, or that's a very quick, this is going to cause a mess of things, depending on what happens, and depending on how people do it.
Would you see the Admirals be finished, though, instead of Brown and Revolt?
Well, that's the thing. If you're building if you've got 4 more renowns coming through, do you want to build another battle cruiser, or do you try and build a fast battleship instead? Does that add credence to the argument to build a fast battleship? In which case, if you're building the Admirals as fast battleships rather than battle cruisers, and they're coming through as 28-knot fast battleships built to a same scale, they have far better armour and subdivision to begin with, so they don't get paused after Jutland, they don't get worked around after Jutland, and they probably end up getting built. Possibly they even get triple turrets, and they turn up. You end up with 4 45,000-ton, 28-knot, 15-inch gun ships coming into service at the end of World War One, and just after. In which case, again, look at the scenario. The Royal Navy at that point will have 4 fast battleships. They'll have on there with 15-inch guns, 6 battle cruisers between the Royal Navy and the Royal Canadian Navy, which are 32-knot ships with 15-inch guns, plus the 10 Rs, the 5 Rs and the 5 Queen Elizabeth. So you end up with 10 battleships with 15-inch guns. So the Royal Navy at that point ends up with 20 vessels, all with 15-inch guns. That's going to be an interesting conversation come treaty time. And the Americans, what are they going to be like with something which has... Because remember, they valued Hood as equivalent to a Colorado. What are they going to think about 4 ships which are 28 knotters, so they're slower than Hood, but have 12 15-inch guns? And are actual battleships, not battle cruisers.
Okay, out of curiosity, what makes you think there'd be 28 knotters?
Because that's what the British were looking at when they're looking at fast battleships. The fast battleships are 28 knots.
Okay,
So basically, if you drop off, if you are prepared to go to 45,000 tons, but they take the shape down to 28 knots, or take it down to 28 knots, you can build it in existing infrastructure that the hood's built in, and you can get 12, 15-inch guns on it, and etc. That's the sort of standard options you're looking at, and one of the options they're looking at around that time.
I thought the Admiral class has, because of they're very long and narrow, had a very high natural hull speed,
They do.
which would make it. See,
They're designed to be 32-knot battle cruisers, right?
Yeah.
So you imagine you take that hull, you make it fatter, and you make it slightly shorter.
Okay, we're talking about making it fatter. That makes sense.
Yes, because if you're going to put in a triple turret and you're going to add in more subdivision and armor, it's going to have to get fatter.
I just had it in my head with the twins. And like, even if you make them a bit fatty, you can probably do 30 knots.
Hmm?
Given they're just their pure length, you probably do 30 knots.
It's going to be it's one of those things of, is this a battleship, and how much more extra armor are we adding on, and how much Also, if you're putting in extra subdivision, you then tend to have less boilers per subdivided space, because each of the subdivided spaces are smaller. So you have slightly smaller boiler rooms, so that means it becomes less efficient, so you end up with less boilers overall, which does affect your speed.
Which is fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I was thinking that you would lose those 2 knots from the drop in horsepower at the end of the way.
Oh,
you still got a very efficient hull, so lose.
Yeah, but the drop in horsepower takes you down to probably 2 knots. The change in hull ship takes you down another 2. So you probably end up about 28 knots.
Makes sense.
And Melissa Smith, you have a question. That's the whole point of this video. It's these lives to answer questions, so don't worry. I'm sure questions will be open soon. The rate we're going through them again. Lions, what would a modern day HMS Habakkuk be armed and outfitted with, in your opinion? A lot of F-35s, and probably Hawkeyes and everything else you could put on it. Be massive. The US equivalent might be able to launch and recover B-52s. I'm not sure if I want to see that or I don't want to see that.
In my mind, she's heavily armed enough with spicy weapons to make a North Dakotan missile field look barren.
Yes, and it's also the fact that it'd still be quite slow, so you need a lot of weapons to protect it. But I can imagine someone going, what kind of missiles are we going to use to sink that thing?
Yeah, because I think one of the proposal, like one of the things I've read about that people going, how do you sink it, is to sink it reliably quickly, you'd have to nuke it. And at that point, if it needs to be nuked to be destroyed, why not make it a part of strategic nuclear defense? Because the Navy's equivalent to a silo field. Or am I just speaking gibberish?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm nervous.
No.
Right.
I'm just thinking it would be so fun. It would be so fun to have a. I'm sorry, I'm still mentally slightly distracted by the idea of a B-52 taking off from a Habakkuk-style American carrier. I'm just imagining and don't take it from way. I'm starting to imagine the habitual line crosser videos of that circumstance. I shouldn't be so distracted by the train of thoughts, but I was. Chandler. Dragon, what are your thoughts on the Chaff class destroyer and other Fanon Empire of the Hand space units from Thrawn's Revenge?
The Chaff class is actually one of my personal favourite ships in that sort of branch. They changed the model, which I'm not as big a fan of, but it still retains its originally. Overall, very good designs, excellent support characteristics for dealing with the unknown regions, while still being on par with major galactic powers. They might not have as many of them, but in a number of aspects they're slightly better. Aesthetically, they look good. They sort of take the best bits of the Empire's technology, but then still combine it with fighters are a threat, and there's other things we don't know what might happen, so we'll use Chiss technology, such as breacher missiles and such, to gain our own advantages. An excellent hybridization.
There are some good ideas going on there, Force. So, Captain, how would the scenario of, by some miracle of magic, the entire Grand Fleet, as if in total, without losses, in 1919, resurrected in 1982, and embarked on joining the war ahead of the Royal Navy?
Target-rich environment?
Yeah, but think of the amount. Well, it's the 1990s, so you're not getting anti.
They've got a lot of 3-inch AA guns.
Yeah.
And the Argentinians don't have that many exocets. And if they actually make it down there, which would be an interesting feat in and of itself, that's going to be an awful lot of firepower parading off the coast bombarding you.
It says they're joining the war ahead of the RN.
Yeah.
So that means they might already be en route.
They'd be en route, and they'd arrive before the rest of the Royal Navy. So Jellicoe would get there first, or rather, it's 1919 fleet. So it would be Beatty would get there first, or whoever's in charge by this point. Hopefully it's someone more sensible than Beatty. I think it is probably the guy who comes after him, actually, from memory. And yes, look. The more issue for them is going to be the sheer amount of force which is turning up for the Argentinians to deal with, and B is going to be the sheer amount of nuttiness which is going to arrive to deal with them. And remember, the size of the force is also it's quite a lot of they might find themselves facing a few naval brigades. Oh, good lord! It's just. Look, we're talking with a force which could be deploying some region of 48 15-inch guns, thereabouts, maybe more. They could be up if they've got all of them available, ships and service with the 15-inch guns. Then it's going to be 80. 15-inch guns. Well, that's just the battleships. Then you've got 92, including the Renown and Repulse, and then you've got Courageous and Glorious, which could be coming along with their 8. So that could be as many as 100 15-inch guns, 10 or so 14-inch guns, roughly 140, 150, 13.5-inch guns, around 130 12-inch guns. So yeah, we could be talking a significant emotional event, because we could be talking some region of 380 or so 12-inch and bigger guns could be arriving to say hello, and that's just the battleships and cruisers. That's just that force. Yeah. This is not good for anyone.
I'm just imagining the kittens.
The sheer amount of firepower that's arriving. It's a case of, yes, we have far more advanced weapon systems. But they don't care, because we're currently drowning under shells here. That's the scenario. You know, let's put it this way. Let's say Tumbledown happens in this scenario, and the Grand Fleet opens up. Tumbledown ceases to exist as a geographical feature. The queue will be open soon. Then the little thing will change on the side. I think we're going through quite quickly. Karen151, in which of the large-scale wars they participated, do you think the naval battalions had the most impact? Well, the large-scale one that they did quite a lot in World War One. That was the full naval, but the naval divisions, and they had quite a lot of impact there. But I'd say naval battalions actually had most impact. Naval brigades are probably Napoleonic Wars, where they often were very critical in turning battles. And let's be honest, a lot of the defence, the lines of Torres Vedras, etc., were done by naval brigades to allow the army to rebuild itself. That's what actually Wellington asked them to do. So, Captain, how many Styx missiles would it take to sink Scharnhorst, then Bismarck, Vittoria, and then Yamato? Styx missiles. Ooh. Okay, theoretically, you can hit them with one. If you manage to get them with one missile in a critical place, you could take them in a one shot. But the odds are it's going to be about 4 missiles per ship, at least, to set off enough fires and cause enough damage. Because the Styx, if I remember correctly, is quite a heavy warhead. And I'm going from memory here, so I could be completely wrong.
The Styx is the angry school bus.
Huh?
The Styx is the angry supersonic school bus.
Yes, so it is quite a heavy warhead. So yes, I'm happy with going with the thing of at least one hit in a certain, if it hits critical closer to magazines and those sort of things, could possibly do it. But 4 will probably guarantee it for all those ships. Each. Okay. Channel. Would you consider the Aggressor-class Star Destroyer, first seen in Empire at War, Forces of Corruption, as the settings equivalent to a World War I, World War II era monitor? I'm going to let Dragon go first on this, because my instinct is no, but I could be wrong.
Your instinct would be right. So, the Aggressor, or sometimes known as the Crate class, is... Well, to put it simply, it's a really big gun. Unironically. It's roughly the size of a Star Destroyer in some things. It's not a small design by any means, but it has a heavy ion, it has a massive ion cannon and plasma cannon.
Mm-hmm.
As well as a number of turbo lasers. And they're not small, they're not, slow ships either. So, basically the whole point would be you fire the ion shot to try and take down whatever you're shooting's shields, and then the plasma shot to do ridiculous damage. They're not really...
They're not monitors.
They're something you include in a fleet.
I would say they are... I'm more tempted to say they are limited. They've got a very powerful weapons combo, so they are more like, I suppose, a missile battleship would have been, etc. in the early periods. It's got a very powerful long-range 1-2, and that's the system. It's a very powerful 1-2.
That's literally the entire thing it's built around.
Yeah, questions are now open, and Melissa has a question.
Looking at it, it almost reminds me of the American 50s converted missile cruisers, Bucalos, with the baton slap.
Yeah.
They were also excellent at planetary bombardment, because while the rest of your ships are, blasting away at a planetary shield, drawing fire, basically forcing it to focus in that area, a couple of these can then just start heavy hitting a different area to try and smash through. So they're more siege. I guess in terms of you can kind of.
Is it me, or does it look kind of like? I'm just checking, because I always remembered it as the one which looked like it was inspired by Halo.
It's not. I wouldn't quite say that's accurate, but it's not the worst description I've heard. There is a image in Cyclic at the moment of a very nice version.
Okay. Alright. So, Carrot 1151. With parts of
It's an update, yeah.
Yeah, with parts of Portsmouth defences being built on the same spot from Roman times, with visible proof, has any work been done to see any pre-Roman ones? Archaeologists have fun in Portsmouth. Portsmouth is known as one of those conflicted areas. And when an archaeologist talks about a conflicted area, they usually talk about where the archaeology is having a battle, let alone you having a battle to access it. That's a problem. You can only access what you can access. And also, the other problem for things like Portsmouth is they're very active scenarios. They've got a lot of public involvement, they've got a lot of government involvement in things, which means you're not getting a lot of archaeology done. But you can get some done. Right. Stanners. When you say designed for spending a long time at sea, what exactly is the definition of that? I'm guessing this is not about creature comforts, so what parameters are considered vital? As I said, crew existence for weeks. We're looking weeks, months, years. So we're looking longer than it's not supposed to be just an overnight trip. So we're looking for crew accommodations which are suitable accommodations for them to be able to survive in. For multiple days. So basically, you can't be sleeping on a couch. You have to be sleeping on something which is resembling a bed. It could be a bunk, it can be a actual hammock, but it's got to be there's got to be some sort of thing. You're looking for having Bruships facilities and cleanliness facilities, i.e. showers, toilets, those things which can that can deal with the human inhabitation, food storage for long periods, and we're talking again for long periods, and we're talking other things based on those scenarios. So these days we'd often also have a bit of a gym facility because keeping crew health as high as we can is a criteria. And I should probably do this. 9631. If the World of Warships Tier 10 Dutch cruiser Uni got built, would it be for the same reason as a Tiger class cruiser, a stopgap until the missile ships arrive?
I was waiting for this.
I know.
Well, no, it's because there's been a brand new World of Warships dev blog. She is a D7 Provincian class with 6 twin Bofors 120s.
Yeah.
Just to give clarification to people.
Yeah. I'm not sure why that you need to go for 6 when you've got something which has 4 twin, but okay. For 4 Sen 150s, which were theoretically dual purpose, but yeah, if you've got it, yes, it's a useful asset to have. Steve, has Melissa got her questions in? I think her name was Melissa in the chat. I could be wrong. I will go back and check. Yeah, it was Melissa. Yes,
I
and the
wonder
question
if I wouldn't have said it was also a stopgap till missiles necessarily arrive. But...
It's more of a missiles maturing scenario. And one of the problems you often have is people go, this is the future, this is the kind of weapon system. Has it arrived yet? Nope. Can we build a system around it? Not reliably, no. So we have to keep building the best of the old equipment. Because we don't know when the new stuff is going to arrive. Hello, Hefish. Thank you for subscribing to the channel for 8 months. And I've got to turn that cannon down some points because that just went through my head.
Yeah, because honestly, this just seems like because they're the same guns that the Dutch get on the Frieslands. So, and apparently they were actually looking at seeing them. So it just seems like these went. If we've got more of these guns, we can try finishing out a De Ruyter hull.
Yeah. It's also making use of a hull you've got.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
And I would hate to see what would happen if all 6 twin turrets opened up at full rate of fire. Those guns are scary.
They are. And they're capable weapons. I'm just looking at their stats. Alright. YouTube Micro Horcher, what's your opinion on USS Wichita, and what if all USN cruisers in January 1941 become copies of said cruiser? Considering some of the ones available in January 1941, that would be an improvement for a lot of them. I quite like Wichita. I have said this before, she's the best of the treaty pre-war, we are still following the treaty rules cruisers the Americans build. But is she the best they could build? No, but there again, she's a pretty good ship, and compared to some of their other cruisers, if all USN cruisers in 1941 become copies of Wichita, the US Navy is not going to be upset.
No, the Omahas, they're the most important cruisers in the fleet. How could you do that to the stars? They're adorable.
I, for one, would be very glad to see them replaced with Wichitas.
That's because you're cruel and sadistic.
No, it's because I really like the Wichita.
See? This is the cruelty of my dragon.
I like the Wichita as well, and I agree. In a nice way, replacing the Omahas with Wichitas would not be bad. And also replacing the earlier Scout cruiser versions of the 8-inch cruisers would not be a bad thing. Northamptons are now Wichitas. No one would be upset. No one would be upset. You would be, Foxo. No one who was on board them would be. Right. Caxod. Unless I haven't seen any, how come modern carriers, barring nuclear, don't have thruster pods? Honestly, I would say it's to an extent still inertia, but also to an extent some navies are also dealing with the scenario of if we use thrusters, if we use these sort of systems, how much deeper do we have to make the hull? How much deeper is that going to make the hull? How deep is that going to make them in terms of they're going into their draft and those sort of things? And that has an impact. But realistically, I could see warships heading in that direction. I could see it. But, yeah. Hello, sister.
I've got a cable I can charge this with. I've left it.
Nick that one.
Which one?
The blue one sticking out of the power supply.
Okay.
Sisters.
No, I've left it in with a sleeping corgi and don't wish to wake him.
Then don't wake the corgi.
And Mum nicked my spare.
Oh, good lord. And so you nick my spare. Yeah. What did you just knock on the floor?
It bounced my phone.
You bounced.
It's got a case around it. That's what it's for.
Just because it has a
I've
case
asked at
does
least
not
6
mean
times.
I
you're meant to
agree,
block it.
Dragon, I agree. Take care, sis. Thank you. Ay, caramba. Okay. Alright then. Night to everyone. If the US Navy had brought the Hakuei class super ferry design and built the Guam class new builds, would have been better than buying. It would have been better to have built them as all the same class, because that's what basically they did in the end. They adapted the design, 70% design, into those their fast transports. But if in doubt, get the ships you get. What you get is the useful ship. What you don't have, what you have in theory, but don't actually have, is a ship you can't use. What you actually have is the ship you can use. And so that's always the best ship you can have. Because of the ship you actually have. There is, I like, there is a theory where you go, well, if they got the specialist ships from the get-go, that would have been better. But the thing is, by getting those ships, because they were procured due to an urgent need and they weren't being used, They found that they were a really useful design, and then they built a useful design based on it with the precedent said. That was helpful. Take care, Leslie. And then Melissa, hello. Would you say the Malta class not getting built is a waste of potential? Would scrapping Furious and Illustrious class for them be worth it? Scrapping all those classes would have been worth it to build the Maltas. Maltas would have been the more sensible class to build for breach-proofing. It was a very short-sighted design, and honestly, the main thing that wrecked the Royal Navy carrier fleet and the Royal Navy force and budget for those years was Victorious. And so if you hadn't built Victorious, you would have been if you hadn't tried to rebuild Victorious, you would have been in a far better position. Because one of the troubles from the Royal Navy is a lot of their ships had been through the war hard. They were damaged, they'd been repaired, and all these sort of things. So Illustrious was never going to be done. The Illustrious had already got enough damage, they weren't going to try it with her. But, yeah, the Maltas are a big loss. The Maltas are a massive loss. Yeah, please do send a copy to review for the book, Melissa. But yeah, the Maltas. If we had finished off the Maltas, we'd be in a far, far more secure position, and you'd have had something which you, if you consider their American equivalent, the Midways, how long they last for, well into the 1990s. If you'd built the Maltas, you could have basically provided Britain with a decent aviation hub for the next 50-odd years, and also change some of the criteria when it came to naval aviation to make life a little cheaper and a little more sensible. Okay, so what happened to Victorious? Her rebuild. The rebuild post-World War II. The never-ending build, because once we started it, basically, if you want to look for a glass example of sunk cost fallacy, Victorious is it. At no point, they should have taken once they had one good look at Victorious, they should have gone, nope, and gone, right then, next ship, not doing this one, not touching this one with a 12-foot barge pole.
Yeah, I mean, Victorious had the brilliant thing. As soon as she was done, and they had finished putting money into her, she caught fire and burned down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically, Victorious was a good example of why not to spend money on taking World War II ships which have been damaged during the war and has a lot of service, and trying to rebuild them into post-war ships. Don't do that. Finish off the Maltas. Realistically, the Royal Navy should have finished off the Maltas, all the Darings, and probably some of the post-war cruisers, and that would have lasted for them for the next 20-odd years quite happily. Well, the Maltas and Midways are similar in that they are, for both navies, they're what they build if they don't, with war experience, and if they don't have to worry about treaties. And you can see suddenly exactly how similar the doctrine of the developments are. They are the big differences are in the differences of their operational doctrine in their shaping, in that the Malta is slightly more heavily armored, slightly more protected than the Midway, and therefore carries a slightly lighter, smaller air group. But realistically, the two are, very similar ideas coming to the fore. And as I've always said, you can sort of trace the navies by looking at them, what they actually wanted to build, and then what they take off. Because no navy wants to build an aircraft carrier with less aircraft. No navy wants to build an aircraft carrier which is unarmored. No navy wants to build an aircraft carrier which cannot survive and cannot operate fully itself. But the treaty system, especially the cumulative limit, had meant that what you did was you designed your perfect ship, and then you went, what can I afford to cut? What can I afford to remove in order to maintain enough hulls? Because the thing is, whilst you can build a 27,000-ton carrier, which would have enough armour, which would have a large air group, which would have everything you want, and that would be great, standard displacement 27,000 tons, you could only build 5 of those on the treaty cumulative limit. So you end up going, okay, what can I cut so I can have enough carriers to generate enough hulls? And that's what reduces the limit down. That's why you end up with 22,000-ton carriers, 23,000-ton carriers. yes, 4 Maltas and 6 light fleets would be a world away of difference in terms of improvement, in terms of capabilities. Drac likes to use the idea of having having about 8 light fleets, 4 Maltas and 4 Audaciouses, but I don't think we'd have got that many. But there's a whole video on this channel which is me and Drac discussing aircraft carriers that might have been, and going through that in a huge, massive discussion, which includes a lot of the stuff on Malta class and all the funding and stuff around them. So if you find that, that's a 2 historians video, me and Drac discussing aircraft carriers. Midway is a DPS build. Maltas are a support range unit. I'm not sure. I would say Maltas are built have far more subdivision and far more protection built into them than Midways. I would say Maltas and Midways are built with the idea of still operating in the Atlantic and Pacific. Maltas are built with the idea that the Royal Navy still expects to have to operate in the Mediterranean and various parts of the South China Sea sort of areas, as well as the Atlantic and the Pacific, and therefore, basically, I would say it's the convoy battles which are the deciding factor in the differences in philosophy between the Maltas and Midways. It's the convoy battles of World War II. And the Royal Navy's convoy battles in the Mediterranean, the big, massive battles in the Mediterranean, that does affect your design strategy and your policies. And usually there's some discussion because most authors, when I see them looking at the design philosophies behind the Midways and the Maltas and just talking about them, they usually concentrate on the Pacific carrier battles. And they almost ignore the Mediterranean convoy battles. And the Royal Navy designers couldn't ignore the Mediterranean convoy battles. And so when you see a difference in divergence, that usually comes down to the experience of the Mediterranean. And the Royal Navy was going, yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is your opinion on the revised battleship designs? I'm floating around. Lion hull design, free triple 16.5-inch, 10 twin 5.25 inch, and free and some stern aviation. It's an idea I've seen. It's an interesting one put forward. Not quite sure why you're going for the stern aviation. The reason the British didn't was they thought it was better for launching in rough seas to be able to launching across over the beam. That's why they had that. Pedestals. Pedestal was a big learning curve. No, Pedestal wasn't so much a learning curve because most of the ideas they'd already learnt. Pedestal was a big. Pedestal is kind of like the final exam, okay? You've been developing theories, you've been working things out, and then you have to face a test of everything. And you go through Pedestal, and now what you'd worked out, you've survived Pedestal, but you've worked it out, you then go, right then, this is now firmly embedded. So Pedestal is it's the final exam of a full course. And the full convoy's Harpoon is also a big starting point. Harpoon and a few of the other convoys really do have some stuff going on. Okay. But yeah, it's an interesting topic to get into. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is your opinion on answer that one? And Boomer Boy. Before the it's a two-parter from Boomer Boy. Let's see if I can find the second part. There, you found it. Before the abolition of the slave trade by Britain, how did the navies in the 18th century go about capturing slave ships? When carrying slaves on the African and New World leg, were they taken like any other merchant ship, and how were they escorted? If they were captured, they were taken by any other merchant ship. there were issues with where you landed the prize. If you landed the prize, let's put it this way, you didn't want to bring slave ships back to the UK, and if they were taken by the Royal Navy, etc., they'd often... It depended on the captain, but the vast majority of captains would just free the slaves. After all, they're not British property. And so they don't have to deal with that problem. And quite a lot of Royal Navy officers didn't like slavery. I know there are all sorts of things, letters about from Nelson and all these things which people like to point to, but even Nelson is an interesting subject on this, interesting person to talk about the subject, because the letters are of interesting veracity and might well have been sexed up to make him look more proud than it was. And remember, they were published after he'd gone, so he couldn't clarify his views in any way, shape or form, which happens. It's the way it often happens with history. People appeal to authority and appeal to glory. And yeah. Oh, Matthew, don't worry. Midway can take a hit. Don't think Midway can't. Midway can take a hit. It's just, it can take a hit and keep on working, but it can take one hit and keep on working. Malta's designed to take a couple of hits and keep on working, basically. That's the difference, I would say. Again, it's the pedestal experience, and it's the all those campaigns experience. And to try and stop it getting hit, Midway carries a lot more aircraft. Well, not even a lot more aircraft, carries more aircraft. But not, air groups are, as they're initially built, aren't that big difference. The Maltas were to carry between, probably it's going to be end up being about 80, not the 108. Probably it's going to end up being possibly about 90, but 80 to 90, not 180 to 108. The British didn't like the idea of a 100 aircraft carrier because they knew how difficult it would be to organise. And whilst, again, in terms of active aircraft, the Midways were usually about 90 as well, but they carried more spare aircraft, so they'd have up to 130 aircraft with what they'd say they could carry. But a lot of those would be aircraft actually stored in, in hangar conditions and various things. Yeah, I've got a chunk of stuff on the Maltas in my thesis research from my PhD thesis, and my thesis should now be published. If it's not, I'll have a conversation with the other kings again. Not really. Again, if you do that sort of thing, it's a good way to get yourself into trouble and to look bad. Also, let's put it this way: if you're a callous captain, you're going to see those people as being prize money. Okay, you don't chuck prize money away. So you're not callous so much as you are sadistic if you're doing that sort of thing. And the captains like that don't tend to last that long in the Royal Navy or any other navy, because sadistic captains, they tend to have accidents. Oh, he went over in a storm. The first lieutenant took charge. Yeah, normal Thursdays, not this Thursday, because this Thursday I'm up in London, but normal Thursdays, or Wednesday this week it's going to be, I'm after the live, I'm usually in the chat on Discord, chatting away. And I think, can we say a sloop died natural death because of the frigate OPV? Nope. Because, as I said in the video about it, the frigate, what the Royal Navy did was they called them frigates because that made everyone think they were cheap, and they made use sloop standards. So it's not so much the sloop died a death as it went for a rebranding exercise. Catford, What's the difference between an actual armor plate and just a fixed steel plate for stronger hulls? I'm going to throw this out to my colleagues quickly and go and check why I heard a squeal from the kitchen. Be back in a second.
So, when it comes to armor plate,
Why the squeal?
it's a case of manufacturing. Because a single steel plate normally will be the same hardness all the way through. Or it'll be inconsistent hardness throughout it. Throughout the plate. And armor, and it's a lot of the times armor plates are just cast or cut into that shape. Armor plate is normally first compacted down so it's physically denser than your average metal plate, and it'll go through a process called face hardening, where you harden one side of the armor plate, and you create a hardness gradient through it, with the back of the armor plate being relatively unhardened and flexible. You do this because the hardened face of the armor plate is hard, so it keeps out the projectile attempting to penetrate it, while you have the other face of the armor plate which is relatively flexible, that as the armor plate takes the impact helps to distribute the force across a greater area of the armor plate, which stops it shattering. Well, helps to stop it shattering. Also helps to stop spalling, because it gives the armor plate some degree of flexibility. Hence, yeah. You're going to say it, Reckon?
What I was just saying is that we've discussed this quite a bit, especially like these things. As what's it called, Steve's pointed out, there is a lot of different types of metallurgy also to discuss in the question. Because it also depends on which type of steel you're referring to as well.
Okay, this is the interesting thing. So let's say if you've got normal steel versus armor steel, so what we call mild steel, normally is normal steel, even ship grade steel, there's going to be differences in. Armor steel is an armor plate tends to be a lot more expensive to produce. It tends to have things like chromium, nickel, molybdenum and of things added into it to enhance it, make it strong, give it increased strength, increased protection. It can also go through all sorts of treatments to make it, and all sorts of specialist processes. Usually, armor will go through quenching and tempering, because they're trying to achieve what tend to be referred to as microstructures within it these days. In the earlier days, it was just certain types of properties they were looking for from it. And you'll also be putting far more testing into its quality. So, actual armor plate versus fixed steel is going to tend to be more reliable. Tend to be. Please note what I'm saying, tend to be. There are times when it turns out that the steel has been made of higher quality than it was expected, and woohoo! That's great for you when it happens. But usually you're more likely to rely on armor. Yeah. But also, again, the competition, often you have the armor will be hanging on, the armor steel will be outside of the regular steel for the hull, and often quite common, especially if you look at the British one, that's literally the King George V, the armor is almost hung on the hull outside it to provide it with the armor belt. This allows for it to be quickly repaired, but also means the armor takes the battering first, the hull stops the spooling and stops any armor bits hopefully going far into the hull, and along with subdivision allows for greater strength overall of the hull and a greater survivability. So that's your sort of difference. And I was listening whilst checking on the fact that apparently a spider had decided to drop on my sister's head, which had caused the squeal.
No,
So-
that I can understand.
I fully accept it as a reason for a squeal. I went out, I sorted it. The spider is now... Well, the spider I'm fairly sure is dead, but I did put it in the garden because she didn't want to think she'd killed it, but as I pointed out, she shook it off her body and then jumped on it. So it didn't really have much of a chance in that circumstance, but it's gone outside, and maybe it will revive. Maybe it'll be bird food. Who knows? It's Schrodinger's spider at this point in my garden. To answer Melissa's question, jets are coming. Jets are coming, and the Royal Navy is working on jets, and but it's getting jets. The trouble is getting jet engines that could survive long-term operations at sea in terms of saltwater exposure.
Yeah.
And in terms of that's why the Royal Navy in the Korean War are still relying on pistoned aircraft, the Sea Fury, etc., for their operations, rather than having a large number of jets there, because the jet aircraft they do have access to require a huge amount of maintenance for our operations.
Sound like you're going to say something there, Foxo?
Yeah. And while both the RAF and the Royal Navy had known jets of the future guaranteed by 44 when they get their first jet fighter operational, despite what people say, the Meteor did come before the 262 in service.
Yeah.
The fact is, even Rolls-Royce, who were at the time the premier engine manufacturer, their jet engines on land in ideal conditions were still had engine lives under 60 hours. And they really didn't like salt water because of all the heavy metals.
And you have to remember,
Until
I think the Royal Navy did own some meteors, which they were testing with and trying to get working, and they used them as target towing tugs and various things, but they did want them for other duties.
like the Sea Meteor, the Mark III,
Yeah.
they first get their hands on them in 1946. So, but they were not. As I understand it, they weren't seen as ready for service
No.
by a long shot. That's all.
It's a classic thing of the technology's coming, but it's not there yet.
Because they ended up creating an entirely new engine for
Oh.
the Sea Meteor that
Yeah.
was then later be adopted by the RAF's Meteors.
Mm.
Because it was a significantly higher thrust output.
Okay. Restream has just locked out the chat. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. 12 octuple pom-pom mounts and 26 20mm mounts. That's 2 of 2 from YouTube Minecraft Watcher, so I'm presuming there's a 1 of 2. Oh, that was that. Yeah. We've already talked about that through. Stafford. How would history have changed as the US bought Greenland during the Cold War once they built the nuclear reactor under ice, and how would they have secured that far north from the Soy Plains? Oh. Okay. Let me just check some facts. You're talking Camp Century, which was active from 1959 to 1967. So after doing that, they buy Green. Well, look, it's how do I put this politely? If they have bought the Greenland, they've bought Greenland. That's it. If they've secured a deal with Denmark and they bought it. But then they're going to have to build an airbase there, and there's a reason they have so few air bases there at the moment. It's really, really frigging cold. The other example I tend to give is how many bases does America operate in Alaska? It's maintaining and operating a modern air force in those conditions is very, very expensive and very difficult. You do it, they probably would have similar number of bases as they do now, which is 1. They might have more facilities there, but, you know, how's it going to affect the Cold War? It's not really going to affect it that much more than they have. This is one of the things I find interesting about the whole security argument about it at the moment, and the worry about it is that unless America's planning on leaving NATO, Denmark is part of NATO, Greenland is part of NATO, is part of being Denmark. America has the bases there, can put facilities there. Yes, it's nicer if they own their own territory, which they're putting their bases on, but at a certain point, then you have the answer, okay, well, do you want to take over Canada? Do you want to take over Iceland as well because of those reasonings? Greenland could be better defended by Denmark, but honestly, there hasn't been that much of a risk. And yes, the Russians are now growing, and yes, but honestly, the risk from Russia is not the greatest at the precise moment. They've suffered quite a lot of force, and the very heavy bombers, which various people are talking about, is kind of got beaten up not long ago by the Ukrainians while they were on the ground, and their production rate isn't that high. So I'm not sure I agree with that particular discussion. There's also the one which comes in, which goes, it's something to do with the various routes around the world you can do in terms of the sea routes, the northern sea trade, the northern trading routes, sea trade routes, and that's been coming for the last 40 years. And it hasn't got here yet. Mostly because one of the things is, whilst the ice might thaw enough to make transit feasible, that usually also means it's going to be a lot of icebergs and things going through that area, which doesn't necessarily make it advisable. And there isn't a lot of things for anyone going through that area to stop off at to make it commercially sensible. Whereas if you're going through Panama, etc., and the other routes, there are places for you to stop and sell stuff. And as I keep trying to explain to people, most modern container ship routes are bus routes. The container ships go from point A to point B to point C to point D to point E back to point A and continue on in that circle, never ending. And on the really busy routes, there are ships doing the reverse route as well. That is what most container ship routes are like. So they're not necessarily going the most efficient route from point A to point E, or even the most efficient route from point A to point C, because they're going for the most commercially efficient route, which is the routes they can buy and sell stuff. Or rather, transport and drop stuff off and pick stuff up. Yeah, the European, the Russian Navy is not something. It is something which I would worry about to an extent. I would say it depends on what European navies end up getting combined in that sort of scenario. If you're in that scenario, which European navies are there? If you have the Italian, the French, the British, when the Poles get their Type 31s, and the Norwegians and the others get involved, you've got a fairly decent force. Spanish are fairly, add the Spanish in as well, you've got a fairly decent force. If you start missing some of the major naval powers, then you have more of an issue. And that's, again, why NATO works, because other people work together. That's when alliances work, when they work together and when they're all contributing partners. And I think this is when I get in trouble. One of the things I do, and this is going to get me into trouble, people are saying, is that I do sometimes find myself agreeing with coming out of the rhetoric from Trump and from others in America, is that a lot of NATO members have not been contributing what they should to the NATO alliance. Because remember what I said earlier, alliances work best when the people can contribute things to it, and also it's always sensible in alliance to be able to do every single job in a small way to yourself, so you're not 100% dependent on an ally. Because alliances help best those who can help themselves. And this is the trouble. There are a lot of NATO members, and again, it's helping to the level you can help. Okay, the major members of them can supply a carrier battle group. No one's looking at Lithuania, etc., and going, you need to be supplying carrier battle group. They don't. But Lithuania actually contributes quite a lot for their size. But there are other powers which are larger, which haven't been. And they've had good domestic political reasons that they've put forward for it. But the thing is, that's fine in a period when it's peaceful and when everyone's believing the doctrine of wars of choice. Wars are only going to happen when we choose to. But when you get into the real world, when it's not going to be when you choose to, and wars are going to happen whether you want them or not, then I'm sorry, you need to start actually investing in your force structures. You need to start actually filling out your capabilities, and you need to actually have a logistics train. Because that's the big thing I find annoying about most of NATO at the moment, is the amount of logistical dependence they have on America. In terms of providing the actual logistics assets to do the stuff. I want peace. This is what I tell people. I want peace, but I teach conventional deterrence and military history enough to know that you tend to have more peaceful periods when people are stronger than when they're weaker. Weak people react out of fear. Strong people can make decisions from a point of feeling of confidence. It's people who are afraid, people who are afraid of things, or fundamentally are weak, who react out of fear, and therefore that's usually when you're more likely to get conflicts than people who are confident enough in their capabilities that they're prepared to have a discussion, because they know you can't steamroll them, and you know that you can't steamroll them. So therefore, you sit down and have a conversation. But when you're all weak, it only takes one idiot who thinks they're actually strong when they're actually weak for you to end up with a war. And sorry, Fox, I did kind of speak over you then at an earlier point, because I was finishing off my point, but...
That's okay.
No, it's not okay. It was...
I was just making a jab at Spain.
I'm so surprised it wasn't France.
But annoyingly, France contribute. But... there's been... a while back I was reading about the Spanish contributions to NATO and their actual armed forces, and it's just like... you have no plans to contribute, do you? Anyway, sorry about that.
No worries. Logistics are, the logistics infrastructure. It's what I complain about a lot about things, and it's my big issue with NATO. And honestly, this was a discussion of people. We were talking earlier about the Red Sea. Half the issues of the reason why the European powers couldn't contribute more was logistically they couldn't support and sustain it.
But surely America will do at least forever, right?
Yeah. What's that old saying? God's well, it doesn't come from the Bible, but it's older than it. God helps best those who help themselves.
Yeah, it's not like we'll ever need to help ourselves. Like, come on. We both know that America will never change. We have to worry about them changing, don't we?
Yeah, the world is always changing. Anyway, so Captain, on a sci-fi note, how would a sector fleet from the Galactic Empire post-Yavin just randomly turning up fair in Space Battleship Yamato 2199 versus the Bolas and the Gamellas?
Not well, necessarily.
My instinct was it depends. If they manage to come across and everyone else is disorganized, they could do okay because they've got a level of organization. But if they come across organized formations of equivalent size, they are going to be in trouble.
Now, I quite like Star Wars. I also quite like Space Battleship Yamato, but... Well... But certain Bola ships have Bola cannons, which other people might know more as wave motion guns.
Mm.
These things don't do good things to ships.
Just quickly to answer a question in the chat, Melissa, I've actually done a video on that, of what happens if Operation C succeeds. I think I've done a video on that. I'm fairly sure I've done a video on that on my channel. And go through that one.
Wave motion guns are one of the few things that you would objectively want void shields for.
Yeah.
Because you try and stop them in real space, you just go bang. You protect them by shunting it somewhere else. Now, if you're running void shields, you protect against them by shunting it to a different dimension and hitting a god in the face with it. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing like void shield.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, wave motion guns are quite strong, and also the Gamelas also aren't exactly weak either. Like, Star Wars definitely has a chance to do stuff, but...
Yeah, it's not going to be great.
Space Battleships is one of those settings where it starts to get esoteric, so you need esoteric equipment to fight esoteric equipment.
Okay. Next question. Night Cigarette Front. If the British built 31 Bay class LSDs, I'm not sure why you're calling them dock landing ships, but it's landing ship dock. It always follows function, so landing, designator, ship or platform, what it's called, what it's a function of, basically the difference between platform and ship is going to be command facilities, and other things, and capability. So that's why it's called landing platform, landing LPH, landing platform helicopter, LHD, landing helicopter dock, because we always make it free. So we presume that something carries both a helicopter and a dock. It's going to be a platform because it's going to be a big chunky asset. So we can delete that. So it's always landing ship dock, LSD. If the British built 31 and 3 Choules class, and Choules are Bay class, so that's 34 Bay class. So 3 for the Australians and 31. This would negate the loss of Lark's Bay. Well, yeah, Lark's Bay became Choules class. What else? Why do you want to force that big of Bay class? Because they can. It's fine, but you've not got command facilities, and you've got a whole load of what are basically logistics ships. The Bay class were the logistics ships. They're a replacement for things like the Round Table class logistics ships, landing ship logistics. That's not even going to carry a lot of Marines, because your 31 times 400. Well, hang on, it's the Bay class, 400 maximum, but it could be. It depends on how much equipment they're taking on. Let me look at my stats file. Their standard is going to be 350 troops. So 31. I'm just going to say this. That's about getting you 10,000 troops transported, if you've got all of them available. And that's before you consider that quite a lot of them are going to have to be in logistics roles, so they're not going to be transporting troops. And yeah, they can take tanks or they can take some containers, and yeah, it's look, it's nice to have. You have a lot of ships for disaster relief. You have a lot of ships walking around, but you have no command facilities. You have no capability of it. It's just 10,850 cats. Yeah. But once you start taking up ships for logistics and other things, it's going to quickly drop down. If we go with the Albion class, they would normally carry theoretically the same number of Royal Marines and logistics, and double the landing craft. Plus they had the command facilities. Stafford, what modern or contemporary naval vessel would actually be used during World War II if sent back to, say, 1936? How much of a difference would it make in the results of battles? I'm tempted actually to say fleet tankers. What do you all think?
It doesn't sound unreasonable, because which ones are they, sorry?
Because if we have the Oilers go back, they can be useful.
Yeah. Yeah, Oilers. Double checking the question. Yeah, definitely the Oilers would be the most useful thing there.
Yeah. Because then you can resupply. Also, let's be honest, a phalanx closed-in weapon system would actually be a very useful weapon system in World War II.
Oh yeah. Make quite the difference.
Yeah, as long as you can keep it going, it'd be useful. LHD's useful, but again, you'd want a bigger asset, which was had older style. The trouble is, it's how long can you keep them going? You see, most of the big tankers, etc., these days are powered by engines which are straightforward enough you can keep them going. Once you're talking about some of the modern ships, they have engines which you cannot keep going, and systems you cannot keep going. And the more advanced the systems, more complicated systems, more difficult it is to keep them going.
Yeah. Well, but when we sending them back to? Sorry, I had to go.
World War II. We're sending out and back a modern ship to World War II, which would be most useful. And I've said tankers. A Dragon is probably trying to think of something else to say other than tankers, but so far is probably running into the same problem I did, which is why I said tankers.
Your issue's going to be microelectronics.
Yeah.
Everything else, you can jerry-rig something. Honestly, it's gonna sound strange, but a lot of the 1970s, 1980s, large container ships.
Mm.
When they're first coming in. Because they're still majoritively analog. And they're not running on GPS yet. And they're big enough that they can carry 90,000 tons of cargo. Which in just pure supply is a lot.
I'm currently looking for. I'm looking for a very specific ship which the U.S. Navy currently has in service, and I know they have in service.
Okay, it's good.
Oh, let's see. Let's say something like the Cornhusker State could be pretty darn useful, which is one of the U.S. Navy's crane ships, which basically turns up and becomes a mobile port. Started life as a container ship and then was turned into, has been ready reserve since 1993.
Yeah, but does it have to be in military service currently?
It says it has to be a contemporary naval vessel, so modern or contemporary naval vessel.
Okay.
So I'm
civilian ships don't count.
no, which is why I'm looking. I was looking through the United States Reserve.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking through it. I'm looking through the stats of her class. If she's been recently served as being seasoned, as being crewed by the US Navy, does she count?
I'm gonna go for yes.
Okay then, so the Bella 1, the oil tanker that was recently seized from Ukraine, that was from Russia off the coast of Venezuela, that was built in the 70s and is in appalling condition and hasn't been modified and improved since the 70s and the 80s, would probably work. They probably wouldn't like operating it, but they could operate it.
Trouble is, I think all their auxiliary floating dry docks are pretty much World War II vintage anyway, so that's no help sending any of them back. This is actually fun going through trying to think of this one because
I mean, you can always think about the modern Iowas. They're mostly original.
You could always send a Lewis and Clarke class back. They're quite useful. 40,000 tons worth of supply ship. That can carry 2,500 tons, well, 2,400 tons of cargo fuel, about 6,000 tons worth of cargo, dry cargo, and yeah. And can move at 20 knots, so would be a very fast ship for the time period in terms of its supply and capabilities. Yeah. I don't know. I am not sending back the monitor laid down in 1936, Matthew Keeling. I'm not. Okay. I'd say tanker is going to be useful. So then this is from the Heathfish, and I think this is tonight's last question. Pros and cons of Tartar versus Talos missiles. And I thought it'd be a fun one to end on.
Mm,
Talos versus Tartar.
So, Tartar's the RM-24, isn't it? Which is the replacement for Talos. But that's RM-8. Which is the semi-active, because Talos is the semi-active radar. Is it the semi-active radar one?
I thought Tartar was the short-range missile for destroyers, which was a scaled-down Terrier, because that's the third T, and I thought Talos was the long-range one that comes before the standard missile system. Because it goes, Talos is the long-range, Terrier's medium-range, and Tartar is short range. But it's actually, no, I've just checked, actually, I was wrong. It's actually the Tartar which evolves into the standard missile program. But it was evolved itself from the Terrier.
Yeah, because, if I remember correctly, Talos is the beam rider, isn't it?
Talos is the massive one. Talos is the surface-to-air missile that has a mass of 3.5 tons.
Cause I remember Talos, because Talos is the anti-air missile that can act like an anti-shipping missile.
It was a radar beam riding semi-active radar homing missile. I'm just checking its details and systems, and oh my, yeah, that's a missile and a half.
Yeah, Talos is a chonker.
It is. Honestly, the fact it does Mach 3 and coming into service in 1950, coming into production in 1955, in service in 1958 onwards, the Talos, if I had a Talos missile coming towards me, A, I'd be trying to get out of the way quickly, but B, I'd also be thinking, oh good god, they're launching frigating buses at me. There are cars which weigh less than this thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember the factory assembly line for the Talos because I remember the ship I was on. What was it? Is it Little Rock? It's the one which is what's it? Is it Little Rock which is survived? Which I went on to. There's the one that's in currently sitting in as a preserved ship. Yeah, Little Rock. It was Little Rock. And if you go into Little Rock and you go into the back of it, you will find an entire factory. And that is where they assemble the Talos missile. They literally assemble them. It's a wonderful thing of, we have a magazine and we also assemble them on ship from their components. Oh, you do.
Oh, wait. Is Little Rock the ship that moored near New Jersey?
Hmm?
Never mind.
She's a Cleveland class that was converted.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which ship, which group she's moored with.
She's moored in Buffalo. At the Buffalo Historic Naval Yard sort of thing. She's not far from the Sullivans, which is the Buffalo and Erie Naval and Military Park is what it's now called, and yeah, they have the Little Rock, and that's also where the Sullivans is, and of course the Sullivans is the destroyer which had it's a nasty experience not too long ago. Actually, that was just before we went to Canada, and we then spent some time filming aboard her and did a live from her to show everyone she was okay.
Oh, she's the one where USS Boston stocked.
Mm.
Which is the Museum Los Angeles class. Actually.
I'm just looking at people going, Talos is the one that is the one that the secondary anti-ship mode makes the most sense to me because it doesn't take half the magazine for one frigate. No, it won't take half the magazine for one frigate. The Talos as the secondary anti-ship mode makes a lot of sense. Whereas basically the standard missiles approach for anti-ship mode is rod from God coming down hard on you from the top and do as much damage to your top side as possible, so it's a mission kill weapon. But pros and cons of Tartar versus Talos. Tartar is a lot smaller, so you can put it on a lot more ships. It's easier to maintain, so you can fit it on more ships.
And from what I'm seeing, it had a lot faster rate of fire.
Mm-hmm.
So you can fire more missiles. You
Yes.
can carry more missiles.
Yes, its range might be short. The Talos' advantage is its range is longer. That's where it starts and stops.
So you could argue it's pretty much forces then.
Yes.
I just like. So apparently Talos had a nuclear warhead, the WM.
Yes, it did. Talos did have a nuclear warhead, but let's be honest, it's long range enough and big enough that it carrying a nuke makes sense.
It just sort of hits like a truck when you're just like, oh. So apparently it wasn't good enough as it had its sight.
Foxo, the reason Talos hits like a truck is because it is a truck flying towards you. It's not hitting like a truck. It's hitting as a truck.
It's just ready to go, yes, this massive missile for air defense. Oh yes, it can also carry nuclear warheads. Like, what would you need warhead for?
Because you might want to take out a mass bomber force. So if you've got a mass bomber force coming towards you, you fire up one missile which has a nuclear warhead, and you take them all out at once. That's when you're going for, I'm not killing an aircraft, I'm killing a wing.
At that point, you're just gonna get yourself nuked as well.
Yeah. But remember, this was during the period when they thought everything was going to go nuclear and everyone was going to have nuclear weapon versions of everything. So you had nuclear torpedoes, nuclear anti-ship missiles, nuclear anti-aircraft missiles. Everything had nuclear. The answer to every problem was nuclear.
Wait, the answer to every problem is not nuclear?
Look, in a nicest way, I'd rather keep the Fallout universe as a nice computer game, not a realistic tale of history.
But surely, if everyone has nuclear weapons, everyone will get along. An armed society is a polite society, after all. Except when it's not.
Foxo, you answered your own question there, so I'm just going to keep quiet and carry on. Yeah.
Like, it's either a polite society or there is no society. I think they should legalise nuclear bombs for recreational use.
No, no, and just no.
I want my mechanique. Okay, you can get rid of France.
All right. With that being said, I think we have now finished off our questions. We've done 70 questions this evening. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting, and I hope you do go and support Foxo and Dragon and all the things that they're up to as well, because they are... I should be as well with you. I think... is there anything special tomorrow about Ramblings tomorrow?
I think tomorrow's got anything special. At least nothing's been mentioned.
He keeps talking about trying to organise some big ship-shaped ramblings, and I'm not sure what's coming up and when it's going to be. I've said, broadly speaking, I can make things free for him. And I will try and be on there tomorrow again. If I've got internet and power, and if the builders haven't caused any trouble.
Yeah, you've got your own issues with that at the moment, and the storms.
Yes.
Yes, ramblings should be going on tomorrow.
Furry Kitten wants... You want your Nuka Iron Brew. Also, here's the other thing. Please can you do me a favour, because there seems to be an American, and I presume it's American going around, because their English is quite good, but they are of the firm belief that Iron Brew is an alcoholic beverage, and that I therefore do most of my videos drunk. And I keep trying to reply to their comments with links to the Wikipedia articles, to the actual Iron Brew page, to show them what I'm drinking, and they will not believe me. So if anyone manages to come across this person in real life, please explain to them. This is not me drunk. This is my normal personality. I don't need to be drunk to be like this.
Well, are you telling me I shouldn't be putting Jack Daniels in my Iron Brew?
No. No.
I wouldn't put Jack...
Brew,
Nice way, putting Jack Daniels in Iron Brew sounds a bit wrong. It's got to be proper Scotch whiskey, not Jack Daniels.
Offer Scotch whiskey is expensive.
That's the point. It's Scotch, it's proper Scotch, it's worth it for a proper Scotch drink.
And besides, I'm putting it in the 1901 and it doesn't taste half bad. Yes, the world goes a bit swimmy for a little bit.
I'm just thinking about the sheer combination of caffeine, sugar, and alcohol you're imbibing in that scenario.
It's impressive and concerning.
It is.
Look,
and how much food, just before we go and finish, how much food have you consumed today?
One quote, 2-person American super large pizza.
2 slices, do you say?
No,
1
as in,
2-person.
Quote, American-sized super large pizza. A portion count for 2 Americans.
It wouldn't surprise me if it actually says that on the box.
It did. It then had the actually official label of serves 4 to 6 people.
Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy you have eaten. That is good.
I still don't know what a vegetable is, but...
In
Or
nice,
the green things.
in nice way, me and Drac can never comment on that one. I put vegetables in. I put some vegetables in my haggis this evening. The vegetables were mushrooms, which are fungi but also count as a vegetable. Water chestnuts, because I had a can which needed to be used up. Carrots, and that was about it. And that I decided was vegetables.
Okay, I've got to ask, is haggis
Yes,
a real thing, or is it just a Scottish psyop?
It is real.
it is real.
Because a friend of mine who lives in Scotland sent me a picture when they ate, quote, deep fried haggis.
Yes. It's very nice, by the way, deep fried haggis.
I am now convinced Scotland's not a real place.
It's Scottish tradition to see, can I deep fry it? And the answer is yes.
In a nice way, well, I've had a deep fried ice cream Mars bar in Scotland.
Why?
because it was being offered on the menu and it was £2, and I just thought I would try it just to see what it was like.
Dr. Clarke, no offense, but go see a psychologist.
Look, what can I say? I was younger than I am now, and I was adventurous, and I thought, why not? Yeah, I had tatties. I don't have neeps. I don't like parsnips. I do not like parsnips. I'm sorry. No, I don't like parsnips. I did have potatoes with it.
What? You have to think of a deep fried ice cream Mars bar as a baked Alaska.
I got no idea what that is. But
It's a dessert.
It's a dessert.
I can't really say.
Thanks, trying to see.
It's a type of dessert. It is a type of dessert.
I am the woman who goes to this Korean shop that's in town, where I'm pretty sure the owner or this person at the bar, where I have a checkout, doesn't speak English. And I buy something random from the energy drink section. And it's all in Korean or Japanese.
And you have no idea what you're buying. Look, in the nicest way, here's the strangest thing I've had, okay? So, what was called a deep-fried New Yorker sandwich, which was when a friend of mine in Scotland got 2 pepperoni New Yorker pizzas from Pizza Hut, turned them into a sandwich by adding extra meat between them, putting them together, and then deep-fried the whole creation, and that was a serving for 1.
That is, to be honest, absolutely dietary terrific.
It was gorgeous, though, to eat.
Oh, not to be recommended.
Kat said,
Says the person who's lost 7 kilo.
if you go to the 2 Historians series, you will find a video between me and Drac, which is literally us discussing us discussing carriers that never were. It's just me and Drac chatting away.
But there's something just so fun about buying stuff you can't read the name of and eating it. I do it the same with the Polish shop nearby. And some of those drinks I got told not to buy by this man who really spoke really bad English. I bought them anyway from his wife. Have you ever been on a caffeine high and drowsy at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Like one had just drunk a bottle of NyQuil and a Red Bull right after each other. Where you're the most awake you've ever been. But sleeping. That's what this Polish drink was like. It was brilliant. But because I don't know the name of it, I can't get it.
That sounds good. That sounds very sensible.
Why I worry about her.
Look, in the nicest way, Dragon, this is your girlfriend. And I both support your relationship and worry for you in it sometimes. But you'll be fine. You'll be fine, my friend. You'll be fine. And she'll survive as well. Somehow. She does seem to remember to
Oh
eat
yeah, I'm
mayonnaise.
not going to let her not.
That's good. That's a sensible option. Yeah.
I'm still trying to find a kind of brain implosion energy.
No.
No. Let's go now before the Foxer
Let's go.
gives too many people ideas. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And yes, this has been 5 hours of us, so thank you very much for being here. Hope you enjoyed and hope you had a good time, and take care. Toodles.